I'd like to call this meeting to order. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that the land in which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Ottawa, and Mississauga peoples. Confirmation of the agenda that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby accept the agenda for the January 12th, 2023 budget meeting as presented. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Mover, Councillor Whitfield. Seconder, Deputy Reeve Falconer. All in favor? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interests? None noted. This time now, I'll ask our Director of Towns to present for us.
Thank you, Reeve Hefter.
I just have a quick question. May we ask questions during the meeting, or do you want us to wait till after?
Through you, Reeve Heffer, I think we should wait till the end. I believe there's going to be lots of conversation to be had. So if you wish, if you prefer, I would prefer myself to wait till the end. Let's get it all out on the table and ask questions through each department as required.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Towns.
Thank you, Reeve. To you, Council of Town of North Huron, at the last regular budget meeting in December, staff was asked to come back with a presentation, a more detailed presentation on each department's budgetary requirements. So, excuse me, I'm going to present to you some similar information as the last meeting with updated figures as new information has come forward and been included in the operating and capital budgets. And then after that, we will get into each departmental slide where each department head can come up and address their own operating and capital requirements for the 2023 budget. So very similar to the last presentation. However, we have added the new SCBA equipment for the fire department in the tune of $450,000. And we would like to note that in this operating and capital budget, there have been no changes to any services provided. So we are presenting this budget as a status quo budget from previous years. So we're proposing, as delivered, an increase of from the proposed taxation amount for 2023 is $8,154,992, which is an increase of over $1 million from last year. And since our last meeting, we're $489,000 more than the proposed last proposal. And that's going to account for the new SCBA requirements and the request for the museum operations, which will be coming forward at the next regular meeting of council. Our historical tax increases for property taxes, 2021 was 3.47, 2022 was 6.28, and as we are presenting this budget to you today, we are proposing a 20.65% property taxation increase. So within your package, you would have received a budget summary, so you can see from each, as we discussed in the previous meeting. This is just a breakdown of funds through each function of the municipality. It's hard to see on the slide deck, but however, you were provided a PDF copy, and for the meeting purposes, I've provided you with a paper copy. So the summary is a breakdown of the next two slides, which are your overall revenues and expenses, which drop down to our total operating costs and financial requirements to operate the 2023 year as status quo. And we've also, within that, included our capital requests. As in the previous meeting, we described all our loans, which you're going to see as for transfers. A summary of revenues. We're expecting this year $5.9 million additionally in revenue, and that is due to the proceeds of the airport land sales. And in previous budgets, our OCF, Ontario Community Infrastructure Funding, and gas tax funding amounts were not actually included within the operating revenues. So they have been captured now, so that it looks like we're receiving more revenue than we have in the past. However, we were receiving that revenue, it just wasn't captured within the operating budget. We have a number of transfers from reserves. Additionally, again, back to the December meeting, there has been no changes within that, I don't believe. Some of your expenses, each by category, function, sorry. And we're expecting $7 million in additional revenues. And this is respective to $6.3 million in transfers, which is most heavily related to the sale of the airport lands, $4.2 million. So that's why that number is increased from the previous year. And then we have our transfers to reserves, pretty well the same as the last meeting as well. This is all money generated for future purposes, future capital projects, asset management, replacement of fleet, etc. At the last meeting, we were asked to provide a breakdown of salaries, so we have done so here. As the budget is proposed currently, 26.76% of the operating costs are for salaries, and you can see how they are broken down by each individual function as well. These salaries include, so council is aware, the approved 2022 updated pay grid, and a 3% cost of living allowance is included in there. So currently, 1% of the budget is equivalent to $8,154. And a breakdown of net cost by function within the municipality is displayed for you. The net cost, so discretionary services are services that the township is not required to provide. These services are accounting for 21% of this year's operating budget. You can see again by function where those net cost deficits are. And CAO Evans' report will provide further information on this topic following this presentation. So I guess I can speak to the general government administration and council budget lines. Just some notables is that, and we were very successful in this, we had only seen a decrease of $2,800 within the Ontario Municipal Partnership funding, which is a great bonus. Many communities have lost significant amounts with large financial impacts to their municipalities. And I've mentioned it now, previously, and at the last meeting, is the sale of the land, airport lands at the tone of $4.2 million. And investment income is back on the rise. So interest rates are going up, which is great for the municipality. And as you can see, councils falls within that category, and those expenses essentially fall for council training, honorariums, travel, etc. So if I could ask Fire Chief Kent Reedman to the table to talk about fire budget.
Thank you. No, that's good. That's good. All right. Thank you. So the first slide we have here is the overall budget broken down between the agreements with the municipalities that we have. So it kind of shows the costs that would be incurred with the proposed budget by each municipality in the 2023 budget cycle. So roughly we end up at 46.35% of the overall fire department budget. Which it is nice that we do have those agreements and share some of those costs, which not all the departments get. So we can go to the next slide. Some of the things that are a little higher this year than last year are the clothing, uniforms, bunker gear budget line. There's been some steep increases in the bunker gear section mostly. You know, a single set of bunker gear, the price has increased anywhere from $500 to $1,000 per set over the past couple of years during COVID and everything else. So that's a huge increase. You know, we went from close to $2,000 a set, now it's $3,000 plus a set type thing. So, and that's all on a 10-year lifespan. It's you know, once it hits that 10 years, we have to replace it. There's really not a whole lot we can do. Training travel workshops, again, it's gone up a little bit. Some costs, there was some reductions in the budget looking back over the last couple of years due to COVID because no one was traveling to do any training or workshops. And with the new training legislation that came out last year, we're just making sure that our training budget's where it needs to be to meet the compliance of the provincial legislation. And then inspections contracts, I added in like $30,000 for a community risk assessment. So this again is legislated. It's required by July 1st, 2024. So we're still a year and a half out. My concern is if we don't get in this year's budget, by the time we get budget passed next year, we won't have time to contract this out and get the community risk assessment done. So that's why it's in this year's. The big one is the SCBA replacement. And then I apologize for this coming to the table late. It was something that I was somewhat aware of. Started doing a little more research into it. Found out we're kind of on that brink of really needing to do something quickly. The way our SCBA replacement or the SCBA purchases were done was in Wingham. It was done in 2007. In Blythe, I believe, is 2008. The one type of cylinders that we use have a 15-year life cycle on them. So they're all reaching that 15-year life cycle, which means we can't use them anymore. The other thing is now we're getting into 15, 16-year-old SCBAs, which are starting to have a lot of maintenance and repair issues. They're being sent out a lot. I'm still working on getting all the final costs, what we've been spending and things like that. This has been, a quick turnaround for me getting into this, but we're starting to see that. And, it's just, we need to do something with the cylinders. We're just plain not going to have enough to function if we don't do some sort of replacement. And, a wholesale replacement is the best option. It's the most expensive option, but there is ways that we could look at, financing options or leasing options to lessen those costs. In a single year impact, we could spread that out. For the fire prevention side of things, again, we had wage increases and really no other changes with that. In that, and I'm not as familiar with this part of it, as the loan payments for the dispersal of the previous fire boards when the amalgamation happened in 2010. And that's mine.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
And I'll continue to speak to the police, and then if I can have the interim director of public works come up. As we're all aware, have been aware that we have transferred to the OPP billing model, so we are no longer area rated. With all of that transition, there was an overpayment of $589,000, which is for Wingham use only. So we will be coming to transfer that to Wingham use only policing reserve, and the remaining $7,400 from that overpayment will be transferred into Town of North Huron Policing Service Reserve. Welcome, Chip, Interim Director of Public Works.
Thanks, Chris, and through you, Reeve Heffer, I will move forward with the slides that I've had prepared. For building services, it shows revenue for the CBO as well as property standards and the expenditures, and then on the right-hand side, it shows where you're at for as they get netted out for those departments. And the budget for the property standards stays status quo. Legal costs are being left status quo as it is unknown what will be required in the upcoming budget year. Revenues remain strong due to having the dog counter process put into place, and wages for this will be paid out in 2023. The department, including operating the budget in the following areas, are building and property standards, animal control, road operations, i.e. public works, parks, which I understand some of this is going to be shifted to recreation in February of this year. It includes facilities, cemetery operations, landfill and waste management, street lighting, stormwater management, and the total budget is $2,702,163. Public Works, the roads, the revenue there, just identify where that revenue is, it is gas tax, and then the expenditures throughout the year, and then obviously you can see what it nets out to. Street lighting, same, the revenue, expenditure, and the net. Storm, there is no revenue, so it's all expenditure. And Waste Department is through waste management here, as well as that includes your running the landfill, so the expenditure's there, and it does include some of the bag tag for revenue in that end of it too. Cemeteries, the revenue you bring in, and the expenditure, what it costs to run it, and showing the net on the right-hand side. Street lighting department, debt payment is 40,000, decrease in hydro cost for street lighting because it's now LED through the LED conversion. There has been some savings in salaries just because of the vacancies within the department. And this is approximately, Public Works and Facilities, approximately 35% of the total budget. Facilities, the Wingham Library, there is a small revenue there of the 15,000 expenditure, and then what is left for the net. Memorial Hall and Town Hall, there is no revenue. It's expenditure, and it just shows on the far side. Memorial Hall contributions are now finished. Capital and reserves. Water and sewer budgets have both operating and capital incorporated into it, and there is a dechlorination expense from the Blythe sewage treatment plant, Wingham standpipe, and state upgrades. The Wingham standpipe burn site is currently working on that tender to get that prepared to be put out this year. Fleet replacements, there is a zero-turn mower, progressive turn mower, a tandem plow truck, and a one-way plow. Facility capital is completing the town hall ramp project, Wingham Fire Station washrooms, and the new council chambers at the old Wingham Public School.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask up Director of Recreation and Culture? Vicky?
Good morning, Council. We'll start off with the child care operating budget for 2023. Just for the council members that were not here earlier, or prior to the election, let me say, the municipality has opted in for what's called the CWAC program, or Universal Child Care. The government is still determining what that funding will be. They've, given parameters, but the exact dollar amount wasn't available to us. So what we discussed with council prior to the election, or with the previous council, was that for 2023, we would be using our normal type of budgeting process. It would not be reflecting any of the additional revenue coming in from the Universal Child Care. So just keep that in mind as we move through this, because we are anticipating increased revenues in that area. So the 2023 child care operating budget includes user fees that were increased by 4%, as per the agreement with the province and or the county that we had to enter into. 4% was the maximum that could be increased going forward. So that is included in there to offset additional costs as well. We have budgeted for the transitioning of one part-time position to a full-time position. That was something that council had previously approved as well. It also includes pay equity and market review wage adjustments, merit increase, and a cost of living allowance of 3%. As we all realize, food has gone up considerably, so there are costs, increased costs in there for food as well, for the children, and there's a slight increase in material costs as well, due to the additional cleaning for COVID restrictions and things like the health department's requirements and things. It also includes a 5% increase in hydro. Just touching again on this, we are going to be transitioning to this funding model for the CWalk, or Universal Child Care program. Again, we're unsure at this point exactly how much revenue will be coming in, but the program was set up so that it would be offsetting parental, or parents share the costs for revenue, or for the costs of registration fees and things, but there's also other funding that will be coming in addition to that, for wage adjustments, as well as operating costs and projects and things. It's just they're still working on finalizing those amounts at this point. I made an error on this slide. We are no longer now operating in cohorts, so, but we are at capacity with our staffing and our children in each of the areas and things. Something new that has occurred is that we're now mandated to have 2 paid professional development days for childcare staff. Capital improvements include 2 rooftop HVAC units. The funding for that is both from the reserve and applying for a grant from the province, so it was no impact on the taxes. Replacement of the textured flooring at the main center, that was a result of current concerns from the health department with respect to the cleanliness of the flooring. And replacement of 2 outdated computers, and purchase of the Laserfiche scanner, which is in line with what we're trying to achieve here corporately. And all of that is coming from, with the exception of the shared costs on the HVAC units, that will be coming from reserves. So before you there is basically shows you the revenue and the expenses and how much would be raised on taxes for the 2023 year. The way that we look at child care services is that we look at it as everything together, because there's a lot of moving parts with it, and staffing moving from one location to another to cover off and things. So one location will, or one program will, surplus in one program will help offset the deficit in another program. The bottom line total right now is that we would be looking at $139,496 in deficit. Again, this is based on the old funding model, not the new one under the Universal Child Care. And we know that we will be receiving additional funding for operating costs and for each child under that model. It is anticipated that it basically will be nil. So,
You mean balanced?
yes, sorry, balanced, yeah. Thanks. The 2023 Recreation and Culture operating budget includes the following: removal of security costs from COVID-19. For the new council members, with COVID-19, we had to hire security for the facilities to do all the screening and things, so that has been removed from our costs under Rec-Admin. We've transferred part of the community engagement coordinator's wage to economic development. We still need the marketing portion of those wages still have to be, we still need someone to do our marketing, is basically it. So the budget includes 2 days a week for 2023 under Rec-Admin. We did increase all of our user fees by the 6.48% to help offset any kind of increase we were experiencing in the 2023 budget. The 2023 budget also, it includes the new full-time facility operator position and the transition of one part-time position to a full-time facility operator position, which was approved by council in the fall. Again, we have pay equity and market review wage adjustments, and a cost of living allowance at 3% and increase in hydro costs of 5%. The 2023 capital budget includes the completion of the remaining components of the rehabilitation to the West Cast complex. That project, again, for the new council members to just bring them up to speed, that project was something that was applied for back in 2019 under the Infrastructure Canada program. And basically, the municipality will be paying 26% of all the costs, and the rest of it's covered by the province and the feds. It is a phased-in project. This is the last year of that project and will be completed by year end. And it has included such things as replacement of the flat roof area, several flat roof areas at the complex, as well as the Dectron unit for the pool. The Dectron alone was valued at $300,000. So it was really a good program for us to help reduce costs to the municipality. In addition to that, we're making the facility more accessible by removing barriers that exist in the dressing rooms and the showers in the change rooms. We're also looking at doing energy efficient lighting in the facility, as well as on the recreation portion, as well as over in the Columbus Center. Anything that's done over in the Columbus Center, the municipality's portion will not be paid by the municipality itself. It's being paid by the Knights, so they're covering that cost. So the capital also includes purchase and installation of dehumidifiers at both arenas, replacing the brine pump in Blythe, replacing the digital portion of the roadside sign out front of the West Cast complex. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but some days you can read it, some days you can't. It's the components of it have worn out and are no longer replaced. There's no parts to replace it any longer. So it's at the end of its lifespan. So that's an unexpected cost in there that we're asking for approval on. In addition to that, we have the lighting at Crookshank Park that will be under the parks budget. It was something that was already in the works. It's part of a Crookshank Park project, which involves some funding from the Crookshank family, as well as some other funding, which will probably be mentioned under ECDEV and things, but there is a lighting component under there that we will require some funding from, and that funding will be coming from reserves. And then the other project that is scheduled is the reestablishing the community trail link over by the new apartment building, our former trailer park area there. And then, sorry, I got a little ahead of myself there. Reconstruction of the tennis courts. That was one of the projects that, actually both of those were getting money from the Vance funds to cover those costs. So when you're looking at our revenue and expenditures and things, you can see there, there's a breakdown of how much is impacted on the tax base. Again, rec admin is down, has decreased because of not having to cover off on those security costs and the reallocation of the portion of the community engagement officer's wages. programs in general, that includes aquatics, fitness, and our recreational programs that we offer. And that is running at a deficit of $123,000. Community centers, complexes, and things like that, that's kind of all encompassing, and that it includes the West Cass Complex, the Blythe facility, as well as the Belgrave Community Center facilities. As you can see there with I'll focus on the deficits and things, but there is a deficit there of $997,000. Parks, again, looking at that, we're running a deficit of $232,000. The campground is running a deficit of approximately $75,000. I should point out, though, I'm going to back up and point out a couple things, though. The campground and the programming, we've seen an increase in revenue in those areas because we are recovering from COVID. Campground revenue, I believe, was twice as much as what we had thought it would be for 2022, so that was really a good thing there. So we're anticipating the same amount of usage in 2023. The libraries, the Director of Public Works already covered off on that. The museum, there is an expenditure in there of $70,350. That $70,350 was budgeted in 2022 for the deaccessioning of the artifacts. Unfortunately, due to staff shortages and projects and things, we were unable to get to it. So that funding would then be transferred, if council so wishes and approves, the $70,000 from 2022 would be transferred into reserves and back into 2023 to cover off onto that cost. The old post office, that's what we're referring to the building where it is housed. There's a cost in there of approximately, deficit of approximately $12,000 for that. The theater, although it's listed here under recreation and culture, does actually show under general government. We are budgeting for to have a surplus of $2,600. It too was affected by COVID, so we are rebuilding from that as well. And then again, the Director of Public Works touched on Memorial Hall, and the costs listed there is for the insurance on the facility.
Thank you. Thank you, Vicki. Can I ask Dimitri to come and speak to economic development?
All right. Good morning, Council and Reeve. So what I've highlighted here are the major changes in expense between 2022 going into 2023. And so there is a large increase, and that increase, as the Director of Recreation already has said, is due to the CEC position moving over under economic development, as well as my wages as I was hired back in the summer of 2022. And so that makes up a large portion of that difference, $108,000. And then moving into some of the larger items I just touched on, we have a grant that we're finishing up in 2023 that is $30,000 worth, that it's 100% funded. And so that is in the expense side and revenue being completely offset from each other, as well as an additional $35,000 that is allocated for special projects such as a communication action plan, tourism plan, some insurance for events that has increased, and some other Hutton Heights studies or project aspects. And so overall, that makes up the approximate difference of $180,000. And then the other items that are still included from last year would be the, CIP of 40,000, which is not listed up there, and then just your general administrative, travel expenses, subscriptions, memberships, workshops and such.
Okay, thank you, Dimitri. That's it? Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay. So thank you, council, for letting us go through each department slide and explanation of their requests. So I think before we even hit the last slide, we can go back for questions. I wanted to get through the whole slide and get everyone to speak, to give council enough time to get an overview, and then we can go through each function, so through each department, and ask questions that way. And that way we can do it uniformed and hopefully time efficiently. So I can go back to the beginning, which with the first discussion first department we had talked about was the general government, administration, and council budget. Sorry, Reeve?
I'd just like to say a short little short talk here, only take a second. I should have done it before our Mr. Towns came up, but I'd just like to share it now, and then we'll go back to your questions. Just keep those questions on your mind, and we'll go through. This council has a responsibility to put together a budget that meets the needs of North Huron. What we see in this budget emphasizes how past decisions reflect on our current state. We need to restrain ourselves from our past spending habits and make decisions that will position us for a more responsible future. I would like to give examples of why I believe this is important. Can we honestly support 2 ice surfaces for a population of less than 5,000? Could we better use one ice surface to its fullest potential and start looking for alternate uses for the second facility? In our service delivery report, it was made clear that we should not be in the business of running a campground. As a council, we need to have some good discussion on how to best manage this asset. And that may be, as staff has suggested to us this morning, to turn its operations over to outside sources. Also, like this was mentioned with the cemeteries. We need to be mindful that when there are opportunities to work together with other partners, that there are benefits to be shared by each party. We have not always recognized the value of working with others, and if we were to improve on these relationships, there will be mutual benefits. So let's go into these discussions today and have good, respectful conversation to work through a budget that is beneficial to all of North Huron residents. Thank you for your time. I'll turn it back to Director Towns.
Thank you, Reeve Heffer, through you to the Council of Town of North Huron. I think now would be the great time to go through each function, and we can ask, council can ask questions each department, questions or raise any concerns regarding their proposed budget requirements. So at the beginning was General Government, Administration, and Council. CIO Evans, Clerk Carson Lamb, and myself right here should be able to help answer any of those questions you may have within that function.
Actually, through you, Reeve, before we get started into the original, the individual departments, I'm confused as why we're just talking about the operations side of things and departments. We've got a massive project, capital spending this year. That's the problem with the budget. That's what's driving everything. And it's not even doesn't even appear to be on the agenda to discuss those items today. So I'm just wondering why we're focusing in on the small stuff, to be honest, and not focusing in on the big stuff. It's hard to make decisions on little things if we don't know if we're going to go ahead with these major capital projects this year.
Yes, through you, Councilor Wright, I see where you're coming from there, but I think at the end of our discussion after our CAO talks, we're going to make some other motions, and that's where you can throw something on the table for the coming, before our next budget meeting.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Reeve.
And through you, Reeve, to Councillor Mitch Wright, those budget, the capital projects that you're mentioning, during departmental, as we're going through the departments to discuss their budgets, and if you have any questions, you can bring those questions up at that time as well,
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
for the clarification. So back, does council have any questions or concerns with what was provided on the general government council and administration's side of this portion of the budget as presented?
Deputy Reeve?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Reeve. On the general governance here, I'm just hopeful that the sale of the airport land, at the time, council concluded that they wanted to have those funds used for growth. Because we had lands that were in another municipality that we couldn't develop, that those revenues would be used to attain or fund future growth. I don't see and hear that anywhere where that's captured where that's safe for that. And I'd hate to see it get pulled into being paid for instead of making a cut or making a decision on funding the whole budget be gobbled up and taken away just because it might be an easy thing to do, because it's been mentioned 2 or 3 times here that it's in different places that it's in the budget. So I just would like the CAO to just to address whether that is the case or not.
That's been duly noted by our CAO, that we'll be having discussions about that.
I can comment.
Okay, go ahead.
So just going through you, Reeve, to Deputy Faulkner, in terms of, correct, in terms of there's proceeds, there's actually sale proceeds from 2022, I believe, and 2023. From a staff's perspective, we will be those proceeds just will go into a reserve, okay? But they'll just go into a general reserve. There will then be a report brought back to council whereby staff will be seeking direction from council as to how you want to allocate those funds. But from an operational perspective, you don't use reserve funds to fund your operating, but you can certainly use reserve funds to fund existing or future capital projects. We don't have those proceeds in hand at this time. It is by the end of January, I believe, we will have those proceeds. So once we have money in hand, then we will be bringing a report to council seeking direction as to how you want to allocate those funds.
Thank you.
Through you, Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. What about the sale of the timber? Like, that's an income source, I see it as. So that money's, I'm not seeing where it is, that could be used for operations in my mind, because it's an income. So how are you seeing that, or where is it?
Oh, do you want to
Through you, Reeve Heffer, to answer Councillor Palmer's question. Some of the timber sales have been reflected in the Public Works revenue budget. With the ones that we're aware of, the revenue that we are aware of has been captured within the Public Works budget, as they were the ones performing the labor to sell the timbers. Good.
That's your question.
Through you, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Reeve. So just to understand the expenses side of the equation a bit in the 2023 budget. So under general government, you've got an expense of 5 million. So I take the lion's share of that is a transfer of 4.2 million of the airport lands to a reserve fund. What's the other 800,000 in that line item? We're almost, I guess, 860,000 in that line item under expenses.
Through you, Reeve, to Councillor Mitch Wright, that is the OCIF, Ontario Community Infrastructure Funding.
Okay, thank you. And another question, Reeve, if you don't mind, the line item for administration expense, so also under general government, so is that basically just town staff? Like, what is that line item, that 1.458?
Through you, Reeve, to Councillor Mitch Ray. That is administration, that is town hall staff, that is the town hall building, that is our copiers, our IT, office supplies, training, exactly, yes.
Do we know, I noticed that on the spreadsheet here, the 2022 actuals are missing. Is that just the time? We don't have time to do the year-end financials on that one yet, or?
Which, oh, sorry, you should have actuals.
On the large PDF, it's blank anyways.
Can I see what you're looking at there, Councillor?
For some reason, that line's blank.
I'll have to verify.
Okay.
Because we just did an update from the software in, and I did have a couple of issues, just transferred it from the accounting, but it will be there.
Okay, good, because my general question really is, if I'm looking at 2021 actuals, the cost for that line item is $967,000, and now our 2023 budget, which is only 2 years later, is $1.458 million. So that's an increase of 50% in 2 years. And I don't think we've actually got a breakdown or a understanding of what's driving that. So I think we need that. That's a big jump. So I don't know what the jump was from last year, but we've got a $500,000 jump in administration over 2 years, right? And I don't know if it's a 1 or a 2 year jump, but I think we need to understand what's driving that.
Yeah, through you, Councillor Reeve Heffer to Councillor Mitch Wright. There was a gas tax allocation at one point in time that was going through general admin. However, it should not be. It should be Public Works because it is a conditional grant and it's related to roads and infrastructure. Just recently, they've changed it so that there are some opportunities for fire services are eligible as well. Within this administration expenditures budget, we had discussed at the previous meeting, Clerk Lamb had mentioned that there were significant increases to our insurance and to our IT upgrade system, which is including some of the works, I believe, for the new council chambers. This also includes additional administrative staff. This includes not the economic development, but the human resources department, as well as as we've all been talking, the upgraded salary pay equity grid, and it also includes a 3% COLA.
Okay, it would be get, I guess, some more written detail on that, because I mean, I understand wage increases and stuff like that, but 6% is a far cry away from 50%, right? So
I could also state, just by reviewing some of my working papers, that our insurance is also doubled,
and what's our insurance cost?
40 grand.
That's the new cost, or is that
That is the
much?
new cost.
Yeah, so we're a long way away from explaining 500,000, right? So I'd like to understand what's driving that large amount of increase. And to be honest, it seems like the jump was from 21 to 22. There's not a huge jump from the 22 budget to the 23 budget, but
There's also, through you, Reeve, to Councillor Mitchell, there's also almost a $10,000 in train memberships, as there have been many vacancies within the municipality over the last number of years. There is a $10,000 increase in memberships as we have new directors coming on board, and also training and travel has increased by almost $15,000 as COVID has now succeeding, and we are able to develop senior management staff and all staff in general.
yeah, so I appreciate the verbal update. Maybe because I'm saying before the next budget meeting, I'd like to, have some written detail provided so we can understand
It's been written
what that jump was.
written down, thank you. It's been written down by CAO. Go ahead, Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Yeah, that's, Councillor Wright, that's what I brought up last meeting, and Director Towns, this is what we had before. We had 52 pages, an inch thick, of all the details, and, it's nice getting totals from each of the departments and stuff, but to find out to dig in and find out why we have the number and why it's different from other years, we need to have what we had before. Like, some of us have been here this is into our 5th year now, as a counselor, and we've seen this all along. And I just don't understand why we're not seeing it. I know this is a slick way of doing it, but for us to do a proper job for the taxpayer out there, I'm blind right now. Seeing totals, just, okay, totals. It doesn't help me enough. I want to know, it's our job as counselors to deal with the finance of our municipality, and if we don't know the details of things, like, what good are we? I'm like, I could never vote for anything unless I see the details, just because we owe it to our taxpayers. So I'm really asking for it. I know it's just a computer thing, just hit a button and you can spit it all out, because that's the way it used to be. It just helps us to, there'd be fewer questions, perhaps, but really, we could have questions for everything. We could go nuts all day and tomorrow doing this because we don't have the details. So
I understand, Councillor Palmer, and it's been duly noted here by the CAO, so thank you. Go ahead.
Is there any other questions relating to the general government function? If not, I can ask up Fire Chief Kent Reedman to take any questions relating to his fire department budgets.
Okay, do we have any questions for Mr. Councillor Wright?
Yeah, through you, Reeve. The overhead, the PowerPoint slide that showed the 2022 MCP analysis. I was just looking at the numbers there, and by percent, North Huron's went up more than the other municipalities, right? Ours went up 77%. Morris Turnberry went up 42%, Central Huron 60%, and ACW 56%. So just wondering why, do you know what drove North Huron's cost to increase more than the other municipalities?
From my understanding through the chair, this would just be based on the percent of what our budget would be and the percentage or the overall amount of the total budget of what it went up. So we'll share the highest amount of that because we're the highest amount of the overall budget at 46.35%. So the amount of what the budget percentage is does change each year based on evaluation.
Okay, so it's probably the 2023 budget, the percent allocations were potentially different than the previous year?
Yeah, they'd be slightly different. I forget how much offhand they did change, but they did change a bit.
And who determines those splits?
We get those numbers from the Huron County, from their assessment.
And is that based on usage?
That's based on assessment value. So based on the land area that we cover, they break that down into assessment of the total of North Huron, and then the part of Morris Turnberry that we cover, the part of Central Huron that we cover, and the part of ACW that we cover, and they do the assessment value in those particular fire coverage areas. And that's how they get those percentages that are there. So the assessed value of the properties.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe I'm wrong through you, Reeve, but there seems, there just to me seems to be something wrong with the math that it seems like it should be fairly stagnant or fairly steady from year to year. If there's a bill for $100 and 50% of that is yours, you owe $50. If there's a bill for $200, so the price doubled and you own 50% of that, you own $100. So the piece of the pie should be equal. Everybody's increase should be the same. But for some reason, these increases seem to be off significantly. It seems like North Huron's cost has increased far more than the other municipalities for some reason.
We can double check those numbers.
Okay, would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Palmer, and then,
Through you, Reeve, thank you. Now, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but any equipment purchased, whether it's uniforms, vehicles, is it shared? Is it weighted the same way I see it there?
Yes.
All right.
Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, through you, Reeve. Is there, I know you're new to the position, and with the procurement of the SCBA's going up, is there, as your overall guidance, as you have other stations, are they in the same shape, and is there any benefit to us buying a larger amount to save on the, to get some savings on the cost, or are we just bearing that one ourselves?
Yeah, through the chair, I am examining right now the Huron East side of things to see where they're at as far as replacement. I don't think they're quite as close to needing it as North Huron is. But absolutely, I think, the more often we can utilize that bulk purchasing or looking at a bigger area to do some group buying, I think there's definitely going to be benefits within that. So it's something that I definitely want to focus on moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other? Counselor Wright?
Through you, Reeve. You've maybe already thought of this. I just noticed in your presentation that the previous purchases, I think you said, were in 2007, 2008. Is there, without risking, obviously any of the firefighters' safety, do you think there's an opportunity to do a 50-50 split of purchases between this year and next year so that the cost is kind of spread over a couple of years?
So through the chair, the challenge with that is there's been a lot of change in that equipment in the last 15 years. What we would be looking at would be a higher pressure system. Right now it runs at 2216 PSI. The new ones are 4500 PSI, so they're not compatible. So we'd have half the department running with the other half that's not compatible, which is, safety-wise doesn't really jive up. And then there's just a lot of new technology, and there's probably been 4 different standards that have gone through phases in that 15 years. So there's really no way to mesh the old ones with the new ones. And then from a training perspective, it's really a challenge to intermingle those. Now, like I said, there is other finance options that we could look at, that we could split that money up over multiple years. But as far as splitting the equipment up over multiple years, it wouldn't be my recommendation.
Okay. Through you, Reeve, I think, yeah, if we could spread this out, it's a big capital dollar amount. If we could spread it out over 2 or 3 years, I think it would
Duly noted.
help.
Any other questions for Chief Redmond? I really appreciate your time that you're doing this and just giving us insight, and it's good. I believe that maybe North Huron maybe had a few more houses built than maybe some of the other ones that are, and I think that can skew how you said it divides up by property assessment.
And we'll
So,
look into that.
yeah, appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
No more questions? Okay.
Next would be Public Works.
Okay, thank you, Public Works. Are there questions for Mr. Wilson at this time? Not, I have one off the start there, if you don't mind. It says in here, the taxation for $125K for the washrooms at the fire hall, and yet today you're coming in asking for 70 later in the meeting. Does that mean there's 55,000 too much in that?
Through you, Reeve. So originally, we weren't, that was in the original budget. We're coming to you later today with the request to pre-budget approve that, so that we can get the project moving forward, as it's been incurring additional costs and it's time to complete the project. At that time, we were unaware that $84,000 grant, we were under the impression that we were no longer entitled to those funds. I've done some research, and just over the last day or two, we had confirmed that we are entitled to those funds, so the original ask is going to be less, which is, as in the report you'll receive later. And if that does get approved, that will be removed from this portion of, the additional funds it'll be adjusted to reflect the actual approval.
Okay, thanks for your clarification there. So any other, Councillor Wright?
Yeah, first question, Reeve. The street lighting cost has gone up significantly from last year. It went from an actual of 64,000 last year to a budget of 184. What's driving that increase?
Through you, Reeve, I believe some of it, and Chris can assist me on this, is there is debt repayment included in that, as well as just operating costs of them.
Yeah, I think I saw the debt repayment, but wasn't it around $20,000 or 30? Or do I have the number wrong?
I think, I believe it was around
40, I think.
40, I think, Counselor, right?
Okay. But, so again, where there's a significant delta there, right? It's unexplained.
Through you, Reeve, to Councillor Mitch Wright, there was some funds set aside. There were some Cobra heads that needed to be replaced, and I believe just general maintenance. I believe there was some photo cells that needed to be replaced as well. That some of those requests for the repairs had come through before interim Chip was on staff.
Yeah, so again, I think we need more detail on that, right? Because we're tripling the budget on street lighting. And I assume there was some debt repayment last year as well, correct?
I would think there's debt repayment
Every year.
every year until it's done. And I know that from my previous employment, when we did the streetlight conversion there, it was what was determined they were going to get it. The repayment through going to LED never worked out because of the global adjustment in costs, and it was significant to where what was projected didn't actually happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's duly noted here. Thank you. Any other questions for our Public Works? Go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, it's maybe part of me being a new counselor on it, but, I don't know if it's anything specifically budget related, although I guess it is. To me, the Public Works Department, the roads and grounds is what we call it at work. It's always been a bit of a black box, and certainly one of the things that I went through with the presentation that was done on discretionary items, which was actually very detailed. Is the thought process of, yes, the municipality has to provide non-discretionary items, right? We have to plow the roads, we have to, salt them, we have to do whatever. How do I, as a counselor, and therefore to the public, know we're doing that work efficiently? Like, has there been any benchmarking done in the last few years to say that, here's the size of the municipality, here's the amount of non-discretionary services we provide, and we're doing it in an efficient way, like with the number of staff we have, with the amount of equipment we have, et cetera. I don't know if that benchmarking has been done over the last few years or not. I mean, I just open question.
Through you, Reeve.
Go ahead.
Well, as you maybe understand, that Public Works and certain duties and responsibilities is governed through the province of minimum maintenance standards. And minimum maintenance standards, unless a municipality sets their own level of service, is the minimum level of service that a municipality must achieve. And as far as benchmarking, every year, when you refer to snow plowing and salting, is different. You can't just say that they're all the same. Like, for instance, over Christmas this year, the crews were quite busy and did a fabulous job. And now they're more into routine maintenance. So it's not continuous, it's weather dependent. If it was continuous with snow, then you may see a spike in the amount of salt and sand used and the amount of hours, where it's something that varies from year to year and season to season. I guess is a way that I would say it's very hard to benchmark on what is required.
Well, I guess through you, Reeve, and don't get me wrong, I don't think we can do this now for this budget round or something, right? It's maybe something we can do as we go through the year. But when I'm talking about benchmarking, it's sort of what we do to other activities, right? Is benchmark against other similar sized municipalities. You know, what the best practices look like. If there's municipalities out there that are providing the same level of service cheaper than us, right? It'd be worth understanding that and finding out potentially what we could do differently.
And through you, Reeve, I know from my years of experience in working in a neighboring municipality, the operations are quite similar. It's the expenses as for instance, the last municipality I worked in, there was no expense. We had a deal made with the salt mine, so we didn't purchase salt. We made sure that the hill was in good shape so they could get their product out and trucks in, where there's an expense in this municipality, the same as others. So the basics of plowing, and depending on the size and your urban and rural, it's all different and even the type of equipment. Some municipalities don't have a grader. They use trucks. So replacing graders and benchmarking the cost of that and the upkeep of that type of equipment. And everybody has a different asset management plan on replacement. It may be one municipality may replace a plow truck every 7 years, some may stretch it out to every 10. So to benchmark against certain municipalities, there is a lot of similarities, but when you get right into it, there is it can be difficult to do. And I will say that there is a lot of similarities here with the way you plow snow. You have so many hours after a certain snowfall to make sure the streets are cleared. And that all gets back to your road classifications. So different municipalities have different road classifications as well, depending on your traffic counts. So there is those variables in there that it's not always apples to apples.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate the work that the Public Works people did do, and I think Deputy Reeve had his hand up there a little while ago. No? Okay. Councilor Whitfield.
Through you, Reeve Heffer. When it says there's a savings in salary due to staff vacancies, how many staff vacancies do we have in Public Works?
Through you, Reeve Heffer, currently there's still a vacancy within the operations manager.
Okay.
It's been vacant, I believe, since the summer of 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for our Public Works Director? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Vicky coming up.
Okay, questions for our rec director and cultural? Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve?
Through you, Reeve. You were talking earlier about the anticipation of the child care funding formulation changing from the province. Have they given any indication as to what that will cost, or what that will change to the income or the wages for the staff? There's a big discrepancy, and I know we have a delegation going to talk to the Minister of Child Services, not Child Services, Education, about the disparity between what the province pays, their exact same workers, as what we pay. Right now is at quite a different wage scale. Do you anticipate that our wages will then have to go up to the provincial standard? And are they going to cover those wages? Do you think?
Through you, your worship, that's actually being covered under what they call the wage enhancement grant, or you'll hear us refer to it as WEDGE. And we actually provided some information to the county to address those situations in, just before Christmas and things. So there will be funding coming in to address that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Van Henderson.
Thank you, Reeve Bailey. For all the replacement in our building and update and that, is there any chance that the county is providing more money? That they are going to provide us more money because it's part of the childcare and.
Through you, your worship, yes.
Yeah.
So yes, so under childcare, there's a number of different revenue streams that comes from, we often refer to it as coming from the county, but the county's what they call that consolidated municipal manager. So they've been designated as from the province to manage the funding across the county and things, so the funding comes in from the province. And under the funding model from the province, then yes, there is money that's going to be allocated for upkeep of buildings and things. And we've seen that all along in terms of getting funding from them and grant funding. Sometimes what happens is that we don't know exactly what kind of funding they're going to have. And sometimes it's not actually included in the budget, and then the county will notify us that the province has given them money for capital improvements of the building, and are projects, or there's some things that you would like to see. So each year when that happens, we do apply for the funding through the county to the province, and we have been very successful in doing so and getting that. And then that addresses some of our assets that need replacement and things at the building. So in this budget, we have the projects listed as the HVAC units as well as the flooring, and we're anticipating receiving some funding from them for that. The province has indicated there will be more money available for those types of things as well. So in addition to what we normally would see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go Councilor Palmer, then Deputy Reeve.
Yeah, thank you, Eve, and through you to Vicky. You need to be congratulated, actually, on, looking at the figures. Councilor Wright mentioned to me earlier, you're up only 35,000. I want to pass that on. Considering how ginormous your department is, you've made things work. I know we're going to be looking at your department a little bit later as to, what can we juggle or cut or whatever, and that's going to maybe not feel so good to you, but, maybe we can make some changes to help. But you've done a wonderful job. I'm looking forward to the childcare evening out, or balancing. But anyways, I think you've done a great, I don't know how you did it, actually. Grants have come in well. They've hit the mark, and we've been able to replace a lot of the items that needed it because of their lifespan, and it's been good, so.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, through you. I'm not sure whether this question would be for accounting or for the recreation director. Over the last 5 years that I've been on council, we've had difficulty in recapturing lost revenue by uses from cross-border, and not being a stable amount being captured every year for the same amount of usage over, and in some cases that even a refusal to pay, put a stipend in. It's not broken down anywhere in the budget to show our losses and incomes from from outside our municipality. cross-border services is what I'm talking about, and some years we get it, some years we ask, some years we don't get what we want, but it's never captured. So I think that it might be an important thing going forward if we do capture what is being paid and what isn't being paid and what the true cost should have been, and without having them on on a spreadsheet, it's hard to explain to someone else why that might have changed or why this isn't the way it is. So I don't know whether it'd be which one to answer that.
Through you, your worship. So with the cross-border, I want to touch on childcare first. With the service agreements that we have for childcare services with the province, we cannot charge a non-resident fee. So because the funding is coming across the board and they look at it very broadly. In terms of the cross-border services and neighboring municipalities, they have implemented a funding program, or they've advised that we need to apply for that funding each year and things, and then their council will consider it. We did make an application in 2022, and we did receive $115,000 for we applied in 2021 for 2022 for $115,000 from Morris Turnberry. We have applied again in 2022 for the same amount, 2023, plus the cost of living, because they typically would give us the cost of living on top of the grant. We have not yet heard back from them, but we're very hopeful in receiving that funding. It is included in the budgets for the designated area. They did designate the funding last year would have to go toward the costs associated with, there was a breakdown. This much goes to the West Cast Arena, this much goes to the pool, this much goes to the Blythe Arena. And so we are anticipating the same amount and that it will be allocated like that as well.
Mike, just to follow up on that, that was one of the reasons why I was looking for was wanting a breakdown, because if our percentages of operations go up 30%, and we're only asking them for 3% more, we're going to be at a loss at every time. And I'd like to see it broken out so that we can see that it's actually what it should be. So,
Through you, your worship, that's something we can look at then, and for the future then, certainly.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. If you can answer this, high-level questions, fine. If not, we'll just maybe make a note to have more detail provided for the next budget meeting. But so again, digging into the expenses, specifically the line for aquatic and pool programs, you've got a budgeted expense of $557K, and I don't see that you've ever come near to spending that. The actuals, the highest I can see is 437. So, do you, again, if there's follow-up detail needed, that's fine. But from a high level, do you know what's driving that budget number from being so much higher than any of the actual expenditures we've had previously?
Through you, your worship. So when we do the budget for it's aquatics, fitness, and recreation programs, when we do that budget, it is based on what we're anticipating to or proposing to run for programming for the year. And we break it down by session and the costs and everything. And we have our break-even numbers and our maximum numbers for programs and courses and things. If we don't meet the minimum number, we don't run that program and we don't require the staffing component of it. So that would come into play there. We also had staffing vacancy as well in 2022, and we've been dealing with COVID and things. So we were under the understanding that we should be budgeting for a regular year. This is our first regular year since COVID, because we were still dealing with COVID last year and COVID restrictions. We had a month, in 2022, we had a month that we were closed in the month of January which affected our revenue across the board with fitness, aquatics, recreation programs, and even our operational costs and things. But also in 2022, we had the project up at the complex for the Dectron and the roofing components, which affected our ability to bring in revenue there too, because we had to close the pool from, I believe it was in May through till the middle of July as well. So there's been different factors that have been affecting our ability to achieve those projected expenditures and things. So it was much longer than anticipated, the closure was, which would have made our expenditures a lot lower because we couldn't run the programming. When dealing with programming generally, the most expensive part of programming is the staffing. So if we don't have the minimum numbers, we can't run the program, or if the facility's closed, we can't run the program, and so forth.
Thank you. And yeah, that approach probably explains why you're able to keep your budget in line so well. And I did notice that you're also projecting a revenue increase to offset the additional expense, so that all makes sense. If you don't mind, Reeve, a similar follow-up question about the Wingham Arena. Again, just noticed the budget for this year at $514,000 is again a lot higher than previous year's actual expenses. So from a high level, do we know why that is?
If you're looking at 2022 expenses, again, it was closed in January, so we would not have the salaries there for that.
I'm actually going right back, like in 2019 was 347, 2020 was 253, 2021 was 162. It just, we're about 100,000 above any previous actual spend.
We've also had to make changes to our staffing levels, and we've gone
Okay.
from some transitioned from part-time positions to full-time positions because we were unable to get the staffing. We've been really struggling with getting staffing for any of our positions. So in 2021, we did add in a new full-time position at that facility for arena operations. Or I should say facility operations, because it's not specifically just the arena, because the facility staff there look after the entire facility and things. So we did add in a full-time position there. We had some vacancies in 2022 due to long-term illness of a staff member, and but we've had to replace that position with a full-time position at this point, as well as we transitioned another position into a full-time position as well, so.
Okay.
Any other?
Through your worship. And then also too, that would affect the expenditures and things, is we also started the ice season at the Wingham facility later this year than in previous years, which produced a cost savings for us. That was agreed to by council, I believe, in August. So in comparison to when the budget was prepared, it was prepared for the ice to be in at the beginning of the season. In comparison, the ice ended up going in, it was available for use in the middle of September. We started putting the ice in, and then it was available for middle of September. And that produced a savings for hydro, because prior to that, for the new council members, there was a surcharge associated with us putting the ice in August. So if we could get past that September date, we weren't receiving that surcharge, and it also made it quite easier for us to put it in and maintain it, whereas we were definitely having trouble with the temperatures outside and trying to keep it cool inside. That affected it as well. It affected staff's time as well. We didn't need as much staff time to go in and do the maintenance to get rid of the divots and things like that were generated from the dripping, from humidity and the condensation dripping on the ice and things. So those types of things did certainly help as well.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reed?
I think it's through your, The way that everything is broken down into, it's all separated between East Wallnash, Blythe, and Wingham. The taxation charged to the ratepayers is the same, is equal. There's no discrepancy where one's getting a different amount than the other. So I'm just wondering why it wouldn't just be under the arenas and under the parks and under the, right, it's just showing division of which one, we got 3 different prices here, or 3 different amounts, and I was just curious, is it just because it's just that's the way it's always been, or you don't, it's not a, a Wingham plow or a Blythe plow, it's still a plow. And
Through you, Reeve Heffer, to Deputy Reeve, the arenas fall under a category, but each facility, we break them, it's always been broken down as per each facility. You can do it in 2 ways. We have done it in 2 ways for these presentations, is we have done, for an example, arenas as one, and then we have broken it down. Each arena incurs its own cost, and we have to report those accordingly, right? So when you see arenas, so it's 500,000, well, there's 350 here, 100 here, and 50 here type of scenario, right?
yeah, it just weighs in on if we're going to be asked to make some decisions as to non-discretionary or discretionary services, that if you're going to, I'll leave that question for
Yep, thank you. And
it doesn't really
Count-
budget, but that you did answer the question for me.
Councillor Palmer had your hand up.
Broken out, should just be arenas.
It's okay. It's been answered.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Well, Vicki, I just have, Rec Director, I just have one question, and it almost has escaped me, so, oh, no, it's with the child care. We have in here, it's a minus 1.81%, and that's from that 138,000 that you plan getting in. Do you think that 1.81%, I take it what you told Mr. Palmer there, it's going to be pretty well washed?
To you, your worship, that's what we're anticipating. Again, it's really unknown because the province hasn't rolled out exactly how much money we will be receiving under each of those funding programs, or even for each child that's registered, or each capacity. So in the past, we have been and with the 2023 budget, we're budgeting for registered participants. But the province had presented the program saying that it was going to fund us based on capacity. They're starting to make some changes to that, how they're rolling out that funding, and as they're asking for more information on registered numbers and things, but then they're also saying that there's other funding coming in. So I don't think they really have all the kinks worked out in this system. So we had discussed this back in, I think it was September of October. We kind of joked about it, but we are kind of blindly going into this and hoping that the province comes through on, and it's not just the province, it's the province and the feds. I shouldn't always refer to the province because the feds are now involved in this, but that they are going to come through as they've promised their constituents and things, so.
Thank you very much for clarification.
Yeah, thank you, Eve. Vicki, how are the arenas fixed for usage? Like, we've changed our timing a bit as far as when they began. Did we lose any teams, or did we capture them back, or how are we looking?
That's a good question. We have lost users, and then we've also gained back some users as well. For instance, we've picked up a new user group in Blythe, for instance, this year. But we also have decline in other areas. Like, I think right now it's pretty standard and things like that. However, there's a lot of predictions that, it was in the master plan as well, that participation in hockey is going to decline. It was in the master plan, and the master plan was done before all this controversy as well, with Hockey Canada and things, which does affect the kids, the minor sports and things like that. But what we're seeing right now, though, is that it's comparable to previous years. Again, we lost a group in Blythe, but we picked up another group, and, and things like that, so.
Any other questions for our rec director? Seeing none?
All right. Last department slide would be Economic Development Officer Dimitri.
Does council have any questions on economic development expenses?
Any questions from councilors for? Yeah. Oh, they just said, we'll just give them another 30 seconds. None from the left side, my left side, right side, go ahead, Councilor Palmer.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm going to be a jerk here, but I'm really concerned at the net, how it's looking with two people in your department. I'm always after cost benefit, and I know you're new, and the department's new, basically. I long for the day when anything that your work produces an income, a revenue that can at least equal or better, or else we have to ask, what are we doing? I'm just being honest, sorry.
Yeah. So, through the chair, so the question is, when should you expect something that looks like a return on investment on the position?
Close anyways.
Okay. I guess my response to that, through the chair to Councillor Palmer, would be a lot of economic development is through grant programs as well. And so to apply for grants, you have to be somewhat familiar with the community and the stakeholders and the different groups and the dynamic of how to partner with certain groups, as partnerships on grants make the success much more likely. And so we're in a position now where within the next couple months we'll be applying for multiple grants that are, they would be large sums of money for different initiatives that will have economic impacts in the environment. So what we could do with regards to economic impacts, as we have these projects that unfold that might result in a couple jobs here and there, we could do reports that show what that economic impact is, so you have a better understanding of, in certain industries, how that affects directly, indirectly, the other aspects of the economy. And again, a lot of my work as well, the last 2 to 3 months, has been working with our CAO to get Hutton Heights, to get someone provide a successful proposal to Hutton Heights to council, which, again, through the expression of interest, there was nothing found, but we're hoping within the next couple months that something will materialize from that. And I guess I'll stop there. I don't know if that was quite the answer you're looking for.
That's fair enough at this point, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we look forward to having your reports back to us as being a new part of the system. We look forward to seeing that. Okay, any other questions for our officer? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much.
So if there's not any more questions, then maybe I'll look for a motion that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the 2023 draft budget presentation for information purposes. That was just an oversight. It was left off the agenda package.
Deputy Reeve, move. Councillor Whitfield, all in favor?
That was, Question,
Oh.
that was to receive?
Just to receive for information purposes.
All in favor? Passed. Okay, at this time, we're going to take a break.
Yeah. Yeah, if we'll take, I guess, a 5-minute break here, I'm gonna leave the live stream running, so it's 10:34, so let's say 10:40.
Okay. So I'll ask the question, what they'd like to-
Stretch the legs.
Yep, yes, all right.
Ask the question, they feel comfortable in bringing what they look forward to bringing the percent down to. Like, Carson had that marked in there, like we discussed yesterday.
Yep. So just for your information, and if you want, you can ask Chris this question, but to bring your budget down, so you're right now sitting around 20%. If you want to bring it, and I'm not saying this has to be the number, but to bring it to 4.25, you have to take $1 million out of the budget. So just to put that into perspective as far as how much you have to take out of the budget to get it down into a single figure number percentage.
Like, to get it down to 4.25.
To get it down to 4.25, you have to take $1 million out of the draft budget.
That's good to know.
But I would ask, but perhaps ask Chris.
To get him.
Say to Chris, how much do we have to cut out of our budget to bring it down to a single figure percentage? And then
Okay, you're saying a single figure, that's 4.25. Do you mean 9.25?
No.
To
Well,
get it to that.
He told me if you take $1 million out, you can bring with like 4.25, but that's $1 million. And there are some, as we've identified, or in
Yep,
terms
yep.
of small little things here and there, 20, 30,000.
Yeah, right.
But that's a long way from your million. You're gonna get
So-
10
so-
here, 20 there, but
yeah,
you're-
oh, yeah.
right?
So I'll just go and ask Chris to ask this question.
Just ask Chris, could you give us, ask council and say, perhaps ask council, Chris, could you give us some indication as to how much we'd have to cut out of our budget?
I'm sorry, I was thinking you're meeting Chris Palmer, but it's Chris
no,
Allen.
Chris
I am
Allen.
so sorry.
No.
This is,
No, you're
that's what
thinking-
was through in there.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
yeah.
I should say Dr. Town.
No, it's my fault, it's my fault. I just couldn't figure it
No,
out.
we got two Chris's, I never,
Oh,
did
yeah.
you want to talk to? No, it's you. Oh.
At 11, I have
I would go for it, take it. Okay. Oh, yeah. We can just, when you get back, so if they want that conversation and that, I'll tell Paul that when you get back, that you have some materials on that particular initial project. So, I mean, they can leave that to the end.
I moved here in 2017.
Right.
We were, so I don't have a long history with New England.
Right.
But one of the reasons we came here wasn't nothing. I mean, it was a line card.
Yeah, for sure.
Stay with us. We just came here last year.
Right, for sure.
Hanover, Clinton, wherever, Forest. And this,
We retired here.
You know,
We brought a little pot of gold and came here.
yeah.
We little, I said, scarce resources.
we brought all our debts.
Okay, so can we send an email
Part of the bank fund committee? Yeah. Dave, I don't have all those figures off the top.
No, I just listening to what you were saying.
I know that
Yeah, because I was thinking about that after the fact. I was thinking about the emergency management. And the fundamental part of it, like, the fundamental part is yeah. If in that case.
Yeah.
Firefighter. No. All right, no, just discussion can come up, I guess, that's all, yeah. How much more time, Carson?
We're past.
We're past. I need 30
All
seconds.
right, let's get rolling.
In this part of the world, you almost need to be able to.
Chris isn't here, though.
Yeah, Chris is down there.
Okay, we're starting the session again. So I'm having CAO Evans to speak on the report. But maybe first of all, I'd like to ask Chris Towns, what percent are you talking to get us down into the single digits that we have to remove How many dollars? Oh, sorry, Chris.
Through you, Reeve, to get us to about 4.5%, I believe it was about $1,090,000. Reduction in expenses.
Okay, good to know that. Appreciate your. Okay, at this time, we'll have our CEO Evans to talk to this report. Thank you.
Thanks, Reeve. So the draft 2023 budget reflects the costs to maintain our existing services and our existing services levels. As council and public can appreciate, there are cost factors in this budget that are beyond our control. In particular, there's inflation, we've been dealing with labor shortages, increased heat and electricity costs, supply shortages, as well as delayed equipment orders, and these are all increasing our costs. As well, our infrastructure continues to age, and the cost of maintaining and upgrading our assets has significantly increased. And we've seen this in some recent projects that we've tendered and awarded. To use an example, the Wing and Fire Hall washroom project was initially budgeted at $140,000. That project is now costing us $208,000. And as you heard this morning, that is a $70,000 increase on that particular project. If council is happy with the services and the service levels that we're currently offering, and council is accepting of a 20.65% spending increase, there's no further conversation needed. Staff will bring back a bylaw to adopt the budget. Staff don't believe to be the case. We believe the increase to be not acceptable, and as such, we're seeking direction from council as to what services you want to offer and at what level. Times have changed, and as a municipality, we need to adapt to sustain our services that are acceptable to the public. Services we have provided in the past and the way in which we have provided those services may not be the way in which we provide those services into the future. As a municipality, we need to take a serious look at what services we want to provide and how do we want to provide those services. At this juncture, in terms of looking at what services we provide and how we want to provide them, council has options available to you. Council can reduce services, council can discontinue discretionary services, and/or council could investigate alternative service delivery models. A recent alternative service delivery model that we've experienced or dealt with is the airport. Airport services were provided by the municipality. Those services continue to be provided in the area, but rather than the township providing the service is now being provided through the private sector. For a municipality of our size, we provide a lot of services. As been noted earlier in the discussion, those services that we provide go beyond our borders. We have reached out to neighboring municipalities, asking them for financial assistance to maintain services for area residents. As noted earlier this morning, one municipality, in particular Morris Turnberry, has provided some assistance. During the last term of council, a non-resident fee was introduced, but it was later abandoned. The situation is that the services and service levels are not sustainable for the costs that we are incurring. At the December 16th meeting, council requested a report regarding discretionary services to allow council to potentially reduce the impact of the 2023 budget and to allow for better maintenance of the township's infrastructure. You have a report before you that identifies discretionary services, and it provides a cost breakdown of those services. As you can see, we have discretionary services with some increased deficits. It is not possible to provide all services as revenue neutral. COVID has certainly changed things, and we need to change with the times. Not everyone leaves their home every day to go to work, and services people once paid for are now available for free online. It's difficult to charge and collect fees when services are being offered at little to no cost. In 2020, the township retained KPMG to undertake a service delivery review. A report was prepared and presented to council. The report contained a number of recommendations. Council has acted on some of those recommendations, and as a result of the direction that council has taken, that has resulted in savings and reduced liabilities to the municipality. Those savings and those reduced liabilities are not a one-time occurrence. Those savings occur and continue to occur year over year. The report before you is intended to get you thinking about what services you need to provide, what services you want to provide, need versus want. How do you want to provide those services? And at what cost are you willing to provide those services at the expense of taxpayers? The options that are outlined in the report are by no means exhaustive. Council may like some, all, or none of the ideas. Council may have other ideas for services or spending that you would like to discuss. The message today is that the services you currently offer are not sustainable. You have some difficult decisions to make. The financial information in the report has been provided to assist you in your decision-making process. It identifies revenue and expenditures, and by looking at the financial information in the report, you can give a fairly accurate indication as to what the financial impact of your decision would or could have on the draft 2023 budget. The direction you provide today, we as staff will incorporate it into the next draft of the 2023 budget. And as been indicated earlier today, that is scheduled for January 27th. I just want to reiterate or make sure everyone is clear that unless council directs otherwise, staff will not be acting on any of the decisions or discussions that you have today. Staff's actions will be taken once the final budget has been passed. So this means that the existing services and the existing service levels will be maintained, and as such, costs will be incurred until council has made any decisions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Reeve Heffer and lead it the way as far as.
Okay, thank you very much, CAO. I just want to ask, first of all, were there any questions from what Mr. CAO Evans said? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Reeve Heffer. You are really talking about a decrease in services. Is there any other decreases like we can work on than decrease of services to get our budget lower?
Sorry, I'm not quite
You're
clear.
constantly in your presentation, it's always a decrease of services for this, for that, for anything. And is there anything else than services that we can look at and or is it just closing everything what we don't want?
No, through you, Reeve, in terms of, it's not necessarily discontinuing and closing all services, as I indicated. So to use the airport as an example, the airport was, it wasn't, the cost was fairly minimal. The liability was very high for us. We have been able, as a municipality, to get out from under that liability, but that service is still available in the community. So it's possible for services to continue in municipality, but not necessarily be provided, owned and or operated by us as a municipality. So it's not, just to clarify in terms of council's options can be to reduce a service. So for example, you can reduce hours, you could limit, close weekends or whatever. Another option is you can discontinue a service where, and if you recall, the training business, we were in the training business, we were in the airport business. So we're not in those businesses anymore, and we have seen financial savings, and we have benefited through reduced liability. The other one is, which I've already touched on, is the service delivery model. There's different ways to provide a service. Services can be provided in the municipality or in the community, but they don't necessarily need to be owned and operated by us. So I don't know, Councillor Behusim, is that what I answered your question?
It helps. Yeah, I was also wondering, did the township increase the amount of employees over the last year that are, or is it mostly a shift from part-time to full-time? Or are there many more employees than we had because our general governance went up so much?
I can't, through your Reeve, in terms of
Not
the numbers, I can't speak
Yeah.
to the numbers. But I can't, I mean, we have moved a number of part-time positions to full-time, and as you're aware, we have labor challenges.
Yep.
So if we're gonna provide a service, we have to have the labor. I'm just thinking, I can think, we maybe have 4 or 5 maybe, new, I'm thinking in terms of the recreation department where we've added a full-time rec operator position. We've moved 1 or 2 part-times into full-time positions. But I think, I would say that there is a slight increase in the staffing, but not significantly. And those increases are primarily to maintain the services that we have.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Another question? Yeah. If we are going to close, like, say, the arena over the summer, over the winter, or whenever, what would the consequences be for the employees? Would they be, what do you think it is? Will they come back? Will we have more challenges to open it up whenever it needs to be opened up?
So through you, Reeve, in terms of what I would envision, for example, is we're transitioning, for example, parks from Public Works over to recreation. So the staff, for example, I see in terms of redeployment, we would redeploy those staff into the parks division, that rather than them being at the community center 8 hours a day, let's say, if we were to, if we were to close that facility for a time period, those staff would then go outside and do outside work. Otherwise, we would be hiring more staff to do that outside work.
Okay, and how would
Right.
it work for people who work at the pool over the summer, and if we want to close the pool? Are those like lifeguards and life instructors and those that are working there right now? Do we find other places for those as well, or what is the plan for that?
I don't have a
Don't know,
plan
no.
specifically for that.
No, I understand that.
I do know, for example, there's a number of programming, marketing, and I believe the director spoke to this earlier, where, so right now, there's additional money in the budget to hire individuals to do marketing. If you were to, and I'm just throwing this out there in terms of, if you close the pool for 2 months, those staff can then focus on getting marketing and playing and all that done. You wouldn't need you wouldn't have to hire the additional people to come in to do that for you. Because you're maintaining your service, maintaining your existing service, but you have to hire more people, you have to bring in more people to do that marketing piece. Whereas if you didn't have the pool, for example, those individuals could do that marketing for you.
That's quite a different area of expertise than if you do marketing or being a lifeguard, so.
And I'm not, and again.
No,
yeah, I'm not saying
it's
we
an
can do
example.
that,
I
but I'm
understand
just
that,
trying
yeah.
to give you an example where potentially we could redeploy our existing resources, and potentially then reduce the impact on our 2023 budget. So, and I'm not saying that's exactly gonna happen.
No,
but
no.
that, just to help you with the thinking process.
Yep.
Thank you. Deputy Reed?
Through you, Reeve. Just as a follow-up to the line of questioning, if our biggest expense is wages to these programs and to what we have, for just delaying or shutting down for a couple of months, you still have the maintenance, you still have the upkeep, but you're not providing the service, but you're still paying for the staff to be there. It's really not a savings at all. It's just kind of a side shuffle. The only true savings is either, an elimination of a service and the people that work at it, because the building's still going to be there. We're still going to own the buildings. We're still going to have to be responsible for them. It's just that they're not open. But the wages and the cost is still there.
Yeah, through you, Reeve, just in terms of, so for example, we wouldn't hire additional lifeguards in the summer. So we would, for us to continue to provide services through the summer months, for example, in terms of we have to hire additional staff to provide that service. When the pool is not operating, in terms of, for example, during COVID, we shut off the lights, we turn down the temperature, and it's really just a check-in on the pool. So there are operating cost benefits for the pool not to operate. So there's the wage component, but then there's just your general operating costs. So.
Go to Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, through you, Reeve. I think that we need to really look at shared service agreements. Investigate, is there anything that we can do today, but keep it in mind for tomorrow if something comes up. And, what else can we contract out, like certain lawn cutting, just, that's the easy one. There's other ones. I think there's other ones. So if you can investigate that, because, then we don't have to buy that $23,000 lawnmower, which is overpriced. Everything I see in the capital expenditures is overpriced. Everything. That truck, okay, then I'll side over to, do we need that plow truck? Do we need it? I don't know, as a farmer, you look at something, okay, it's still running good, blah, blah, blah. I don't go by, it's 10 years old, gotta dump it. To me, that's silly thinking, but I know that that's how we've always done it, and I don't like it. There's a lot of, we should go through the capital expenditures, or potential ones, and see what can we do? What do we really need to do, or put off? I know we have to keep with our asset management, but that's with a hefty cost, so it's our money. It's not our money, it's our taxpayers' money, and, we have to follow that asset management as we can do it, not by maybe someone in Toronto tells us to do it. So we have to be careful there. And about wages, that's been thrown out. Just remember, with the increase in wages and COLA, it's over 300,000. That's 6 percentage points of taxation. So we'll never get below that. Councillor, just keep that in mind. So we need to find something that works above 6. And we were 6% last year. The bar is 6 this year. And then whatever else we spend or don't spend. So one thing I wish that we were asked is, what would we, every year we've been asked this as a councillor, what do you think that we can handle? And we weren't asked that this year. Hopefully at some point today we are, because I think we should all be given an opportunity to make comments, just generalized comments that we feel, not particular to anything that we're seeing on the screen or something, but, what's our opinion? I want to give it, and I know everyone else does. And that's how we start the game, not a game, but this is how we start the process, really, okay?
Well, that was going to be one of my questions next. I just want to make sure if anybody had any other questions to our CAO, and I think there are 2 hands up here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Are we gonna, so just a point of order before I ask my question, are we gonna go through and talk through all these 13 recommendations one by one? Because I've got a few questions. Is that kind of the orderly way of doing it? Okay. So I won't ask any specific questions then. I guess the one comment I'll make is, again, just looking at the budget summary. It's not discretionary spending that's killing us. It's non-discretionary spending. So, understand the thought that you could cut discretionary spending to offset that, but you can only cut a program once. What do we do next year? Right? So I'm reluctant to cut discretionary spending because it's a one-time fix. right? It doesn't solve long-term problems, right? We have to get a handle on why our non-discretionary spending is going through the roof, right? And if I just look at the big line items here on the summary, administration went up 250,000, fire went up 236, and roads went up, 188, and waste went up 150, right? And so anyways, that's why I'm reluctant to cut non-discretionary spending, because it only helps us 1 year, and it doesn't help us next year, or the year after, the year after. That's where things like revenue sharing with other municipalities potentially would be a long-term solution. So, I think long-term solutions are important. 2 follow-ups. It was actually a question I forgot to ask as we were going through the earlier presentation. What is driving that $150,000 increase under the waste department line? I wondered if I could get some clarification on that. Just it's the one thing I forgot to ask earlier. I thought with the change to the recycling and waste management, it might actually go down this year, but.
Through the chair to Councillor Wright, it's increased contracted services for waste management, for
Okay.
recycling and the garbage collection portion.
Okay, thanks. And then my other just high-level question before we get into details. I guess this will be to you again, Chris. The monies we get from Morris Turnberry and maybe some from Central Huron, I'm not sure, how do they show up in the budget? How do they, they'll show up as a revenue, I get it, but how do they get put in there? I just want to understand what I'm looking at and where they would appear.
Through your worship, they show up as a grant from other municipalities under the specific facilities. So under the, it would show up under the Arena W, Arena B for Blythe,
Okay.
and Pool.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the revenue, it's part of the revenue stream. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe,
Yes, I had a question. Thank you very much. It's a general question. For expenses like a new truck or a plow truck or a mower, can we borrow from ourselves and pay the money back in 5 years or something like that, like a payment plan? We can do that?
Yeah, through your Reeve. Yes, we can certainly borrow the money for capital assets.
And it doesn't matter if it's just a small amount or that it's $1 million or something like that?
No, Director Townsend, but no, you can borrow whatever
You want from-
internally or whatever
Yeah, internally.
for your assets. Now, and just in terms of you buy an asset, the asset starts depreciating, but you're still paying it off at the value at which you purchased
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
So
yeah.
just keep that in
Yeah,
mind.
yeah.
happy with that? Okay, at this time, we'll go to the what kind of percentage that you could feel that you could comfortably live with. I'd just like to go around the table. We'll start at Councillor Faulkner and just go around the table and see where you're sitting with that.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm not sure that's a trick question of what you're comfortable with.
Another meeting.
Certainly, a trim budget is one that's going to be the best received by the most amount of people, as far as the percentage goes. A lot of this is quite honestly right now out of our hands unless we do something, and it's been that way since I've been on council. I don't know what the regional tax rate increases is, but I know that by the news that it's going to be somewhere in that 6% range for a lot of our neighboring people, or neighboring municipalities. So I would think anything in that range, if it's, I can't see us getting there yet in this process, but that would be something that I would try to achieve, just because that is basically what the tax rate is going up because of the increases to everything through coming out of COVID, and there just seems to be a general consensus that everyone's budget has gone up municipally by around 6%. How we get there,
Thank you. Councillor McBurney?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. I also don't know the number, but compared to 20% versus maybe 6 would be nice. I also got a question in regards to, we have a large cost in labor, et cetera. This third-party stuff, how does that work? So we have shortages of manpower, we've had issues, and if you had third-party, somebody else doing it?
Yeah, through you, Reeve, in terms of, so we'd have a contract to provide a particular service, so we'd have a service contract to provide that, and we would pay, you're familiar, Councillor McBurney, with, for example, the agreement we have with Veolia. It'd be an agreement with company X to do Y.
Okay.
So I heard 6 there, you'd be in that line looking, yeah, no, it's just that question was asked and staff
Yes.
needs to know, okay? Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I was shocked to see this figure of 20 and how it is on the page and compared to other years is just, where to come from. 6% has been mentioned, inflation is around there, so you can understand that, plus the wages, that's the reason. Aside from wages, we still need to do things. We need to operate, we need to repair. Certainly aware of that. I could live with, that's not good. You can get shot for that one. I can see that we need, okay, like I said, 6 is the starting point. 10 is too much, but we need to operate, so it's something in between for me. I know it's hard to bear for everybody, and I don't know what next year is going to be, but I think that we need, our township taxpayers can only handle so much, and that should be first on our minds, is what's happening out here. So for me, between 6 and 8 is, it would be where I would sit. And then we are at least allowing for some operation.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I think perhaps we should be taking, I guess, what would hopefully be a 2 or 3 year approach, right? Like, inflation is really high right now, we all know that, and so we're not gonna be able to bring in a budget that's less than inflation. I mean, that's just not reasonable, right? So I think we're probably looking at having to come in, a couple percent or 2 or 3% above inflation, right? I think that's just the reality. So as we go through the budget process, I think our only hope, although it does look like the economic projection, is that things are gonna be a lot better next year, right? 2024. Inflation could be a bit, should hopefully be a bit lower. So if there's discretionary spending, like on a piece of equipment or something that we could push off just 1 year, and hopefully just avoid, a huge 1 year sting, and try to maybe spread the impact of this high inflationary period over a couple or 3 years, I think would be a good idea.
Okay, so that percentage was?
Oh, you caught me. I thought it was, I'd like to stay below 8% if we can.
Below 8,
Can.
thank you. Councillor Whitfield?
Thank you, Reeve Heffer. Personally, at 20%, I don't know if I could show my face when I walked out the door.
Yes.
I would definitely like to get down, as everybody's saying, around 6 would be a nice number. I don't know if we can get there. I don't know if this third-party works would help us out a great amount, because they still have to be paid in order to do the job itself. If you had grass cutting in cemeteries and parks and everything, I don't know how much that would bring us down. I guess we can find out some numbers if that was contracted out. If we had some numbers to work with. If we had these arena closures for the period of time, we'd have to find out what kind of numbers. As I said, it costs a lot of money to put the ice in for August. And if you didn't put it in August, you waited till even halfway through September in both arenas or something, what kind of savings is that going to give us? We're probably looking at $750,000, $800,000 to deduct from this budget in order to get to that 6 or 7%. And I'm just wondering how we're going to get there. Like, we do have a bunch of new employees, we have new wages, we have inflation going on, and like this, it's going to be tough here. But I think somewhere around 6 to 7% might be all right to look at. And maybe questioning, getting some requests for quotes for some, looking after the parks, the campground in Blythe, the parks here, cemeteries for grass cutting, basic maintenance and everything, might be a good idea.
Okay, so yes, you gave me a number.
I
Appreciate
did.
that. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Van Henderson.
Thank you very much. I find it really hard to give a number. Every year we are being put over by the provincial and federal government by putting more mandatory regulations on it. It's all legislated. We have to do this and that. There's barely any more money coming from the government. North Huron is a very small municipality with very low assessment. MPAC isn't helping us anymore with updating their services. I'm not sure. I think staff has a big job in front of them by renegotiating contracts and getting us to a lower increase. And we have to look really good at what we want to do. Cut services or close buildings. Don't move ahead with anything else. It will be a tough year.
And your number, please? Just in your window, like the staff's listening.
6.
6. Okay, I'll come in and,
That doesn't mean that I'm happy with 6, but if
yeah.
we look at we can't go anywhere below it, so it's like,
Yes.
yeah.
no, I know this question. I remember the first year they put it to me, I was scared when it came around to my turn. I remember that. When Reeve Bailey asked, I thought, what am I going to say here? I just see a lot of these costs are out of our hands, where you have to have 2 people in a building. It's sad it's come to that. We're going to pay for it, aren't we, by this happening? I'm saying around the 7.5. We know the 6% was mentioned, that's just wages. So that's not giving each area money to play with for things that can break down or things like that. So I'm in that 7.5 feeling with that. So it looks like the numbers came in from 6 to 8. So just as we're going through these things, just try and keep that in mind, and I'll just leave it in that part. So our next part on the agenda, thank you very much, Council, for your input there. There's 13 things that have been brought to our attention here, and I can see how some of this stuff may take some more discussion, like just having 2 days with that. I'm sure all of you people have been having phones ringing off your hook and or emails, and I'm glad we have another 2 weeks to our next meeting. So at this time, we're going to go through each one and discuss, and so we can give staff an opportunity of what our feeling is. Council, we have to give them an idea. So,
If I may, Your Worship, I think just procedurally, the easiest way to go about this is, because these are just recommended motions, staff or council might want to deviate from the motions. They might want to put different motions for these areas forward. I think the easiest way of, I guess myself as a clerk, how I'd like to go about it is, for each of these topics, I'll be looking for council to move a motion. on what that motion looks like. Once we get through all these 13, I guess, staff recommended areas, then if there's ones beyond that, that council wants to see, whether it's a report back a report back from staff on a certain area, whether it's another area that maybe staff haven't noted but council might have. I think we'll do that after we get through those 13. But again, these are just starting point motions, and so I think the easiest way to go about it is we'll focus in on the topic, and then I'll be looking for a council motion, and then we'll deal with each motion individually. So there will be potentially 13 plus motions, and that way you're voting on things based on that and not based on a bulk motion that you might agree with some parts of but not others. So is everyone, that's a okay approach, I guess, for council?
Yep.
Everyone's happy with that? Okay, so I'll read the first one. Direct staff to seek a third party to be responsible for the operation of the Blythe Campground, including the assumption of operating gains and/or losses. We'll go to discussion, what you feel on that. Then when I feel it's done, we'll go forward with a motion that our clerk will have ready for us. Councilor Van Henderson?
If or when or whatever we find somebody who is willing to do that, what are costs still associated with the Blythe Campground? Do we still have to carry liability or insurance, or are we responsible for any of the assets that are there, like the water or and electricity?
Yeah, through your Reeve, in terms of, so we own the property, so from an insurance perspective, but we would certainly want them to be we would want to be co-insured. But that would all be detailed in an agreement that we have with them, whereby we would want to transfer as much of the liability to the operator as we could to reduce that. And in terms of things like water lines and infrastructure and that would, again, be something that we'd have to discuss. The infrastructure itself is owned by the municipality, maintained by municipality. I would, at least for a first-year operation, I think I'd be, to find an individual or an operator to run it and assume responsibility for the infrastructure, in particular in the first year, I think would be a bit of a challenge. But I think just in terms of just operating in terms of taking bookings, receiving payments, and those sort of things. So they would run it and operate it, and then depending on how you set it up, there would be a percentage, let's say. If you remember back to the agreement we had with the Wingham Trailer Park, with the Wingham Legion, they ran it, they operated it, and then at the end of the season, I don't quote me on the details, but like 50% went to us and 50% they kept. So you'd have to put out the RFP, and then you negotiate the terms around that, but we would still need to insure it, and we would still own the infrastructure.
Right. And can you do like half of it, or say like the part where the theater is and that we want to do like or a quarter or whatever, divide it up so somebody can have a quarter or we can keep 75%, or does that do any cost savings, or, well, you don't know it until it's happening, of course.
No,
But
through your certainly in terms of whether it's an area, in terms of we have, as you're aware, in terms of 25 enhanced sites. So it could just be the 25 enhanced sites. It could be 30 sites. It could be 50 sites. It could be for the entire campground. But we'd have to, at a staff level, give some thought and
Look at that, yeah.
consideration as to what we would actually put out and what we'd be needing and looking for in that respect.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Councilor Wright?
Yes, thank you. I think it was talked a bit before, kind of in general, a sense, but maybe we'll go through this one by one. So how would this save us money? Because I think a lot of our cost is the staff cost in order to maintain the area, right? And I think this said that they would just be diverted to other activities. So how does this save us money?
So through you, Reeve, in terms of right now, the budget projection is $70,000 deficit is projected for this particular item. If it was to a third party, the third party would assume the liability, the responsibility for it. So whether it generated revenue or not would be in the hands of the operator. But we wouldn't be responsible for that 73, 75 depending on how you set up the agreement. So you'd be looking, say even, again, that's just a projected. It could result, in terms of the operating agreement, and again, depending on how you set it up, you could achieve a $60,000, $70,000 savings because your staff that you have there would not be there. They would be redeployed over to another
But that
department.
cost then would just show up on a different line item. We're not saving any money, just changing cost from one line item to another. Unless we reduce staff costs, we're not saving money. It's just shuffling it around.
Yeah, you can look at it that way.
Well, there's no other way to look at it.
Well, just in terms of, we wouldn't hire the additional staff that we need for our parks.
So,
Your savings.
so what savings is that?
We usually hire for summer staff.
Okay, so that's the reduction in staff. So you're not reducing full-time staff, we're saving temporary.
You wouldn't,
part-time
you,
staff.
you wouldn't be bringing on any more staff.
Okay, so that's the information we need. I think that's what you were looking for, Councillor Whitfield, as well, right? Is how much is this actually going to save us? I think it's a good idea, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Right? I think, especially if there's no change to the level of service, right? Like if the people that use the campground can't really tell if someone else is operating it or if Wingham's operating it, I think it's a good idea. Because I think it is a asset that's really underutilized. You know, I've been out there quite a bit on weekends where there isn't a Threshers or another big thing, and I look around and I'm thinking, you know, this is really underutilized. So I think it's a good idea, but I do just really need to be clear on when we enter into this kind of arrangement, it has to be very, I think, clear and succinct about this is the from a global perspective, this is going to be the reduction of expenses that North Huron's going to incur.
I know our recreation director brought it to our attention, maybe it's before you people were on, that I think it's costing about $35,000 for just cleaning of the washrooms because of the extra times they have to clean it and whatnot. So talk about reductions, I think it could be done.
Yeah, but again, through you, Reeve, there's a difference between that $35,000 being allocated to the cleaning of the washrooms. Because if we stop cleaning the washrooms and that $35,000 is just allocated somewhere else, we're not saving money, right? It's $35,000 is going to hit another line item,
Yeah.
whether it be parks or whether it be whatever,
Right.
right? So.
Yeah, but it always seems that they're always looking for workers too, but I think I saw a hand over here.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Rick. I agree with the, with this, this motion to look for a third party. I think that's, in my opinion, that's the only way it's going to succeed, because we don't have the resources ourselves within the municipality, and we're not in that in the business. And as Councillor Wright said, you know, it's an underutilized asset that I think could be much better, and with someone dedicated daily to the overseeing of it. I will make a, let me back up a little bit. It's a very unique situation where the person coming in to look after it has to deal with other things that we put in place. We've got the theater there now that runs right through the middle of the campground. We have the Thrashers that use that for a designated length of time that they would have to be able to work around. Plus, some of that infrastructure there doesn't belong to North Huron. It belongs to the Thrashers. The washrooms you're talking about, Shed 3, that's Thrashers' property. We don't even own it. So I don't know how you could get into a contract renting stuff that doesn't belong to us. So I think this is what we should do, but I'd be interested in seeing what kind of offers come out.
I think that's where we have to pass it on to staff and let them do their job.
Yeah, I'd like
with
to
their-
see
yeah.
what would come
Yeah.
out of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely would. Yeah.
So were there any other comments? If not, I'll go to clerk.
So from the sounds of the discussion, looking for a motion that the council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to seek a third party to be responsible for the operation of the Blythe Campground, including the assumption of operating gains and/or losses.
Do you have a mover? Deputy Reeve? Seconder? Councillor Palmer? All those in favor? Carried. Number 2, direct staff to seek a third party to be responsible for the operation of the proposed museum facility, including the assumption of operating gains and/or losses. Do you have any
Ladies first.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Well, it's all actually the same question. The museum isn't even accessible right now. It is not used. I don't understand why this is in it. I think it's too early. We first have to deaccession the stuff that is across the road here, and maybe this is something for last year. So I don't see any savings here. So where are the savings?
Just in terms of, so in terms of 2023, there's no direct savings, but from a multi-year perspective, in terms of this particular project is going to add to your taxes. And the projection is $45,000 to $50,000 and potentially above. The museum committee group, I understand, will be attending council on Monday night, seeking authorization to proceed with fundraising for this particular project. So really, in terms of the intent here was, from a council's perspective, in terms of, is this a project, council, which is to move forward with? And if you do, it's important to remember that this is going to have future impacts on your budget. So it's not so much, I guess, a cost savings as, is this a service that you want to provide? And is it a service that, how do you want to provide this service? Right now, it's proposed that the municipality will own and operate the service. Their contracting out is a way to do it. I'm not suggesting that's the only way to do it, but really why this is here is just for council to, knowing if you, in terms of council proceeding with this project, it's important to know and understand that this doesn't necessarily generate savings, but there are going to be future financial implications on the taxpayers for this. So, and in terms of how that service, that's just a suggestion there, but it's not necessarily, not to jump, there were other governance models that were considered at the time this project came forward to council. And the one that was presented and that council decided was to own and operate it. It can be done differently. You can do board of governors. You can do a third-party contract. But I think from is this a service from a municipality's perspective, knowing that there are going to be future cost implications?
Yeah.
That's really that's why that's there.
Yeah, the deaccessioning of the artifacts in the museum right now, are they in the budget or not for this year? I
They're
think
in
they
the
are, eh?
they're in the draft 2023 budget.
Yeah, and
correct.
do you think there will be somebody now who can do it, or will the cost be more because it's a takeover from last year or the year before? Is there, because we couldn't get anybody to do that, it's still not happening, and because nobody wanted to do it. Do you think there is somebody who can do it this year, or is it something that adds up and it will be 30,000 more next year and the year after?
Through your Reeve, I've actually been approached by an individual waiting for this to be put out.
Okay.
Like in terms of, and that's just in the last couple of weeks. So if in terms of this gets approved in the 2023 budget,
Yeah.
then we will undertake to recruit somebody. And I do know that there is one individual who has expressed an interest, who has a bit of a background in this, as I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on that? Go ahead, Deputy.
Thank you, through you, Reeve. I'm in favor of any third-party savings that we can come up with. It's pretty hard for the council to go forward with new projects when we're on the exact same page looking at getting rid of old projects. It's going to be a hard sell going out there saying that, we're going to do this, but we're going to take away this and this and this. But I hope you like what we brought. So I need some clarification on if the third party is assuming the operation gains and losses, but the current thought process is that the municipality would have ownership in that building and and there are conditions to that ownership over periods of time and staffing and so in the agreement that we went through it. Whether this is even possible under that agreement, like that we're asking other people we're making a decision on someone else's project. I say really what we're going on is that contract would go forward, but we would be looking for third persons to run it. But we still would have the liability. So.
Well, I'd like to speak to that. I spoke with Mr. Kyvenhoven last night, and he says we either are in it or not. He wants 100% commitment or not, and third party isn't going to work. So I want to just hear some feedback, but he said it's going to be a cost to the thing,
So this motion should be then to either.
But I guess, yeah, so in light of that, if that's the direction Mr. Kyvenhoven's looking for, council would need to make a decision, are you in the museum business or not? And so your motion is either, I guess, you proceed as currently, the current direction, or you discontinue the museum service.
Or
through your Reeve,
sorry, I still had a lot of questioning there. Okay. Or can we just table this until we have a conversation? If they're coming, you said they wanted to come to on Monday.
Yeah, so
it's only
that's
2
actually what
days.
I was
So
gonna
why don't
suggest,
we why don't we just table this and have the conversation with them, and then we'll be able to go forward with it.
Yep, so they are attending Monday as a delegation for the purposes of requesting to be established as a committee of council again to continue with the project. Right, so if that's the direction they're looking for at that time, of basically the municipality run it or is as the only option, then council can certainly make that decision at the time of the delegation request.
I'll make a motion to table this for Monday.
Can I ask a question before you do that?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. This person that, Dwayne, you're referring to, is that part of this delegation that will come to us?
Do you Reeve in terms of the deaccessioning piece? Or
In terms of the museum? You said that you were talking to somebody that might be interested as a third party?
No, sorry. To clarify, an individual who's interested in the deaccessioning
Only that.
aspect of the museum.
Okay.
Sorry.
And which is something that has to occur regardless.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so were there any other questions before we listen to?
Deputy Falconer, feel free to correct me if this isn't exactly what you're looking for as your motion, but basically it would be something along the lines of that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby defers the decision regarding the future of the township operated museum services until January 16th, 2023 regular council meeting. Okay. So you have a mover and you're looking for a seconder.
Seconder, please. Councillor Wright. I see a show of hands. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Sorry.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you.
Number 3, direct staff to continue advancing process-based opportunities to achieve efficiencies and savings. I believe that is sort of ongoing. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I have a high level description of what that means?
Through your Reeve, just in terms of, so there's a number of, so Town Hall Theater, for example, is one that's mentioned in here. The Town Hall Theater is, we have been, for lack of a better word, hands-off. We just do facility bookings. And then in terms of providing staffing that, we don't program this particular space. There's the opportunity for us, again, this is more, for example, of a revenue generator potentially, in terms of that we start programming this space and we have somebody who's out there actively bringing in people and recruiting and things like that. So that's just, I guess, an example in terms of, you know, proceeding, you know, with these. So it's how we're delivering our services, how we're doing our services. And there's certainly opportunities that KPMG has identified, and from a staff's perspective, we've been plugging away at them. But again, not to, the theater is one that has, it's kind of there, kind of not, because, so unless you tell us, for example, Town Hall Theater, we're only gonna book it, don't go any further staff with this, then that's what we'll do. That's in terms of, that's the service. The service we will provide is booking facilities only, period. If you want to do more in terms of generating revenue, we'll certainly investigate that at a staff level, if that any help. So it's.
It doesn't sound any different than what I was requesting for the campground, of having more input into, more force behind using it.
Thanks.
And we're looking for a third party to do that now. So would we not be looking for a third party to do this process as well? Just a question.
Yeah, and through you, Reeve, in terms of, this isn't particular to the Town Hall Theater. This is really just, this particular aspect is just making council aware in terms of that there are process-based opportunities here, things that we can do, and from a staff's perspective, unless you tell us otherwise, we'll continue on with our work.
And I guess I would further flush out that motion. So the motion would be that the Council of Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to continue advancing process-based opportunities to achieve efficiencies and savings as noted in the KPMG Service Delivery Review Report. So basically, we would bring back future reports based on some of the recommendations in the KPMG report.
Okay. Any other questions? Mover? For that? Counselor Palmer, seconder. Counselor Whitfield. All those in favor? Carried. Number 4, direct staff to request additional funds from the county for the delivery of library services.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do I have,
I'll second that.
Second that, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I would like to include childcare in there, more funds for the county for delivery of childcare services.
Are both the mover and seconder fine with
You
that
happy with
amendment?
that?
Yeah, you can just put in there all the money they want to give us.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Counselor Palmer.
Regarding the childcare, aren't we, isn't there aren't we maxed out by that? Like, they're given so much money from the province and then they pass on, and it's all got to do with the number of kids. So can they do anything different?
I don't know, but we can always ask. And childcare is like a regional function, so I think the county should be putting in more money there. And same for arenas, actually. It's not North Huron that uses it. It's a really broad area of people who are going there, so they should put in some money towards our arenas as well. But that will be a hard thought, I think.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we should add on childcare. I thought we're, as you say, that we are maxed out on that, but if you feel that you want to have more input to the county, is that what you're sort of coming at with that?
Yep.
Okay.
How about other services?
Okay, that,
Does that would encompass
I guess my-
childcare?
That would be
The
too
word
broad.
other services, my first instinct is that the county's gonna say, what other services are you referring to?
And you list them.
Oh,
No,
well, I guess so, for clarity, you have a motion on the floor. Your motion is that the council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to request additional funds from the county for the delivery of library and childcare services. Unless there's amendments to that motion, that's the motion. you have on the
fine with
floor.
that, you
Yeah, I
two?
don't see any
Okay.
problem with
May I see a show of hands? Carried. Number 5, direct Township's contribution to the Blythe Center for Arts to assist with marketing be reduced to $10,000 and for a municipal civic night to be discontinued. Did you just want to give a little update about that, please?
Yeah, actually, in terms of Dimitri, I believe is here. So right now, and he may want to add some additional comments, but we have been providing 15,000.
I think
Oh,
Dimitri
that's
is-
fine. Oh, that's, maybe grab them. Anyways, long and the short is, we have been providing $15,000 on an annual basis towards the Blythe Festival, and those funds have been provided to the festival for the purposes of marketing the municipality and the township. As part of that agreement or arrangement, we do have something called Municipal Civic Night. And for anyone that perhaps has been reading media releases, the festival was posting a surplus in 2022, I believe it was. And, in terms of what are we getting, I guess, for that 15,000? You could, again, it's a council decision, you could just go from 15 to 0. You can go 15 to 10 or 15 to 5. But in particular, Dimitri's recommendation is that we look at reducing the amount that we're contributing. It's not big dollars, for sure, in terms of if you go from 15 to 10, it's only $5,000, but every little bit counts. And Dimitri, I'll maybe let you speak to briefly the discussion in terms of with the Blythe Festival, $15,000 and looking to reduce that, and in terms of what we're paying in terms of the benefit.
So through the chair to council, essentially we pay $15,000 a year for through advertising and promotion. And for that, 10 to 11,000 goes towards a spot on their website, on their brochure, that goes out in an advertisement that takes place over the 4 or 5 month period where they have their summer season. And the remaining 4,000 goes towards municipal night. So the thought here is, for municipal night, instead of us paying for it, we allow staff, counselors, and whoever wants, sorry, I'm out of breath from the stairs, and counselors to participate if they'd like to, but not forcing it as through the municipal or through taxation. And so if people want to support the festival from their own pocket, then they can do that. And then what we'd do is this year we'd reevaluate what we're actually getting for the 10,000 we're spending on advertising and promotion of North Huron through the print media and the digital media that the Blythe Festival does make during that 4 or 5 month period, and see if that's something going into 2024 that we want to continue doing.
Councilor Palmer?
Through you, Reeve, to Dimitri, I would suggest 5,000, because they're in the black right now, and then reevaluate for next year. Now, is it possible to still have them on our website? Just let them be there, advertise?
Yeah,
That
so-
doesn't cost.
Right.
Doesn't cost us anything.
Yeah, through the chair to Chris Palmer, or Councillor Palmer, sorry, Chris. So we're getting space on their website for advertising, not the opposite. So they might be on our website through content when we're talking about events or such going on in North Huron, but we're paying to be on their website so that when people are visiting the Blythe the Blythe Festival website for calendars and shows and plays, they're seeing the North Huron logo and then clicking and navigating to our website. So that's what we're paying for. So what we can inquire about is how much it would cost, like a full breakdown of being on their website versus having one page of advertisement in the pamphlet that they send out. We can get a breakdown of those costs. We've received that in the past, and essentially it just sums up to each item being individually more expensive if we just do that one item, but then it being a package deal.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that, but I was just thinking of us being kind by reciprocating when we don't need to. Just put them on our website, have future plays come up, just doing a favor. That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Is Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Reeve. One of the things that struck me when I read the report is that we're having to go by media reports on how they did last year. So I don't know the whole history of the Blythe Theatre. I mean, I know a lot of it, but I know, they're an independent organization, but, has free use of a municipally owned building. Do we not typically get, an annual report from them so they can see their, profits and losses and margins and salaries and those things?
Through the chair to Councillor Wright, I'm not sure about the annual reports and the history of it. I can look into that. I don't know if anyone else on staff has.
Well, through you, Reeve, in terms of they're an independent, they're not accountable to us as a municipality. They're their own entity. The arrangement we have with them is they lease the space. We have a lease agreement with them, and the lease agreement basically says that we're responsible for the capital, and then they assume responsibility for the operating. But they're not required. They do have to provide us, I can't remember all the details, but the agreement does say, for example, that they have to, by March, provide us with the names of the board members, things like that, in terms of who's accountable for decisions regarding, in particular, operating and building sort of stuff. That's our interest. Our interest is the asset. Our interest is the building. But in terms of, they're not, I'm going from memory. I'm not aware of anything in the agreement whereby they're required to provide their financials to us because they're not part of us. They're independent. They're their own entity. They're a nonprofit organization.
And
so.
that agreement was put in place in 2019. And is that something that we could circulate with Councillor Wright if he's
Yeah, it's a
interested in
public
more?
document.
I can find it and circulate to you. Sure. And it was a change in model, whereas before we did assume some of the operating expenses, and I don't know exactly to what degree, but this was more, both parties at the time found this to be more in favor of how they wanted to spend their time.
And just it's short, I know Walter has his hand up, but just as a quick follow-up. So the other idea that struck me is there any reason why, has anybody ever talked to the Blythe Theatre Company about running programming in this space? Like, there's no real reason why they can only, well, in this theater, yeah. Like there's no real reason why it's a space, it's a theater space. I don't know if it's a mindset that they think they can't or just want to stay to Blythe, but again, I think it's an opportunity, right, from a BIA perspective, if daytime programming was run, or they could start running some programming out of this space, in addition to their other spaces, it would be a great driver for the community, right?
So through the chair to Councillor Wright, I'm not a playwright expert or anything on how they run the behind the scenes, but I did tour the facility in December of 2022, and from what I understand, the advantages they have at the current Blythe Memorial Hall is that the access on the main floor through for bringing trucks up and costumes, a back entrance, as well as on the side of the stage for rolling sets in, and so this theater space. So I specifically asked them about this theater space, and it just doesn't allow them the same ability as what their current space does out of Blythe. And also they have, I think they purchased a building, maybe a block over, that hosts a bunch of their sets and their costumes and everything. So just from a Yeah, just being able to transfer those items, if they're doing 2 different sets in a day, it's just much more convenient. And so from what they mentioned to me, they wouldn't be able to use the space for the plays that they run out of the Blythe Hall.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve and Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Reeve. Basically, this is just a request to reduce our advertising budget. I have no problem with the reduction, but just to be a broader coverage and cover maybe more area. We look at all of our advertising, because we advertise on radio, we advertise for every event that homecomings and stuff like that, or special events. We'll buy up some space on the radio and or in the paper. So just reducing just one advertising budget, we might be able to look at savings in all aspects of our advertising. That's basically all this is just reducing the advertising. Well, not really reduce much. We're getting rid of community night, or the community one night performance. But to answer Councillor Wright's a question there, that's the Blythe Theatre coming here. It's like 2 burger joints. Why would why doesn't one burger joint come over and run the other burger joint? Well, this is a totally separate, run by a separate committee of their own. So I don't think they've ever asked.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Reeve. I wouldn't have suggested going to 5 if they were not in good shape. If they were indebted, I certainly wouldn't have suggested it. And then again, next year's another year, maybe we go back to the 15. It all depends, on all of our health, the healthiness of our economy. And as far as, they get a building for free, basically, the use of a building for free, and I would like to think that we should be on there, they should have our name mentioned somewhere. Anyways, just for that fact. If it wasn't for what we did in the past, and I don't think any of us were here then, but they wouldn't be here. It wouldn't exist. So we're a big part of their history and their current status, basically. So just out of gratitude, they should have our name mentioned somewhere, I would think.
Through the chair to Councillor Palmer, we'll have to look into that. In that 2019 agreement, there are clauses that refer to advertising and who can advertise and when. So as long as we're not breaking that contract or overstepping it.
When does it terminate?
2029. It's a 10-year agreement.
Oh, we're not here. You might be. But
Yeah.
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 All right.
One more.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I just have to answer to some of the what's being mentioned. To think that they get it for free, I highly doubt that. I'm sure that there's costs involved that are paid back to the municipality. They're not. This isn't. Oh, we shouldn't give them $5,000 because they don't deserve it, or. This is us. This is our product, our advertising in their book. We don't have to give them anything, but to sit there and say that we shouldn't give it to them because they get this from us and that from us. We shouldn't be on the radio either. We shouldn't be doing any of it. If it's really that bad, for the council thinks that we're giving something away for pity. The amount that facility brings back into the municipality in tourist dollars way outweighs that $10,000 that we're getting free advertising for, or we're paying for the advertising. We don't have to. We can pay $10,000 and put a TV commercial together. But it's just advertising, and we're getting off track here as to
so-
whether, why they need it and why they don't. It's just merely us spending our money wisely for advertising, so,
Okay, thank you. I think our clerk has a motion.
Yeah, so it's kind of, I guess, what I'll call a combination of what Councillor Palmer is asking for, and then also Deputy Reeve Falconer. So, I mean, I'll throw it out there. Feel free to amend as you see fit. But basically, it would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs for the township's contribution to the Blythe Center for the Arts to assist with marketing be reduced to $5,000, and for the for municipal civic night be discontinued, and further that the cost benefit of the funding agreement with the Blythe Center for the Arts be reevaluated after the 2023 season, and further that the township's advertising and marketing expenses as a whole be reevaluated. So it's got the first two parts that Councillor Palmer was looking for, and then the third part of Deputy Reeve Falconer with our advertising and marketing as a whole.
Okay, do I have a mover? Councillor Palmer, seconder? Councillor Whitfield? All in favor, may I see your hands? Carried. On number 6, authorize 2 members of council and CAO to meet with the Belgrave Community Center Board to discuss the terms, conditions of the Belgrave Community Center Board agreement and report back to council. Comment, I know this will involve to the East Wallinosh councilors. Councillor Palmer.
I'm not sure, I agree with, talking with them again, but I'm not sure if this agreement that we have with them, how long's it for? Is it fluid or what?
Through you, Reeve, in terms of, I can't remember the term of the agreement, but just in terms of the agreement does set out our financial contribution towards the Belgrave Community Center Board. It does indicate, and it's set up in terms of a partnership, in terms of, this is what they're gonna do, this is what we're gonna do, sort of thing. And just in terms of, if you were to decide that you did not want to continue the partnership, there is a provision in the agreement whereby you can give 1 year's notice. So you can get out of the agreement by giving 1 year's notice. You're currently contributing about $50,000 to $60,000 towards that particular facility. That then potentially raises the bigger question in terms of what do you want to do with that facility? If you were to decide to get out of that partnership, you can repurpose it, you could find somebody else to run it, you could dispose of it if you so wish. So, that's a separate and different conversation. The point here, just want to bring it back in terms of making council aware in terms of you have a Wingham Arena, you have a Blythe Arena, you're supporting 3 arenas right now. And so is that what you want to do as a municipality, as a council? Or do you want to support them, but perhaps at a different level? Rather than 40 or 50,000, you want to reduce it or increase it?
Go ahead, Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Yes, and then they pay back 15, right?
Yeah, I think the net cost to us is around 40 or 50,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm in total agreement. It'd be nice to talk with them, see, just get both sides and, let them know that things are tighter on our end, and if we could change it up somewhat to save a bit of money. I don't know what their I don't know what their bank account looks like. Are they in the money? Are they losing? Or is it negative? Is it balanced every year? I have no idea. But I know they work hard at maintaining that building and doing a good job. And I know MT pays a bit of money in. We don't see it. It goes right to them. So I know that. In Belgrave itself, the little community center part is used a lot by Belgrave people on both sides of the road. And when there's ice, it's natural ice and it's very unique, and there's a lot of use of it. It's for a shorter period of time though, of course. but it's unique. So there's the building's use is quite important to the neighborhood. And I would like to put my name in, to be part of the discussion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Anita.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Is staff doing the grass cutting at the sports fields there in the Ball Diamond, or is that all handled by the board? Because we can talk about the arena, but then the board is also in charge of the fields around there and the playground and that, so. Are they looking after that, or the volunteers, or is that staff, our staff that is doing that? Municipal staff?
I don't know if either Vicky or Chip, I don't want to answer the question in terms of, this is what I believe opposed to what is, so.
Excuse me, through you, your worship, they look after that. The volunteers with the board look after that. I'm not sure if it's contracted out or if it's through 100% volunteer labor, but they're responsible for everything down there.
All right, thank you. Yes, and I would like to put my name forward for that as well. And the Belgrave Hall is very important for the community, for both sides of the town. And I think they should be part of our cross-border talks again. Let's see if
Go
we can
ahead,
get-
Council.
Yeah, just a suggestion. I know I think a lot of us have the idea that we would like to get better, closer relations with Morris Turnberry, so just a thought, I wonder if the invitation should be extended for someone from Morris Turnberry to actually attend that meeting. I don't know that the use of that hall as well as you guys do, but to me, that one seems to be kind of unique in that it's almost a complete 50-50 split in use, I would assume, given its location, given its history. The Blythe and the Wingham arenas are more complicated, right? But anyways, maybe it's a good chance to restart things, right, is to invite some representation from them to the meeting too, because, that it's probably about a 50-50 split in use, right?
Yeah, I guess my only comment would be on that. So based on the draft motion, and my understanding is that the purpose of the agreement would be to discuss the terms and conditions of the agreement. So that's an agreement held between the township and the board, right? So you'd be bringing in a third party that wouldn't really be part of the discussions of the specific terms and conditions of the agreement. So certainly potential at a follow-up meeting on that use of that space overall, but I'd say as a starting point for discussing the terms and conditions, you'd probably want to keep it to the parties of that agreement. And then also I know there was a question on the length of that agreement. So through the joys of Laserfish, I was able to pull that up pretty quickly. So we executed that in December of 2020. Took effect January 1st, 2021, and is a 10-year agreement, so until January 1st, 2031.
So do you want to read that?
Yeah, so the motion, or the recommended motion from staff anyways, is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby authorizes 2 members of council and the CAO to meet with the Belgrave Community Center Board to discuss the terms and conditions of the Belgrave Community Center Board agreement and report back to council.
You have a mover? Councilor Palmer, seconder. Councilor Van Hitterson. Show of hands, all in favor? Carried. Number 7. Direct staff to administer a survey of children users and provide a detailed update of the required resources and challenges to deliver each of the 4 child care programs. Go ahead, Councilor Ed.
Thank you. Through you, Reeve. I'd like to amend that to have the inclusion of, because I've been working for 4 years trying to get an expansion to childcare into Blythe with no avail. So I would like that, if you're going to be doing the survey of childcare users, to provide detail for update required services. Those are required services in the ward of Blythe as well, and if they're going to be using the model, or had questioned using the model of your capacity versus what your enrollment is, that might have a difference. So,
Okay, do I have any other comments from any of the councilors? Seeing none, could you read the,
Yeah, so Deputy Reeve Falconer, just let me know if this is what you're looking for as an amendment to that, but basically that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to administer a survey of childcare users and provide a detailed update of the required resources and challenges to deliver each of the 4 childcare programs, as well as the expansion of childcare programming to Blythe.
Thank you.
I have another question, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. We are looking for a survey for childcare users, but I think it is very important to have people who are not even thinking of having a child, or young people, or involved in this, because childcare is usually, especially for young children, just a couple of years and you're out of it again. So is there any way you can involve those people who are?
Well, I guess my question would be, depends how far you want to go as a council in regard to your survey.
Waiting
Right.
list?
So,
Waiting list?
right, you could look at it as a waiting list, but that's still not gonna capture, I think, the full amount of future childcare users. You could, put it out to the broader public, but your limitations, I guess, with that one would probably be your residents of the township, right? Which is still not fully capturing,
No.
it as well, right? It depends what means you're going about providing the survey and the costs you're willing to incur, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, those would be my initial comments. It's just a matter of what target audience you are looking, like how broad you're looking to get with your survey, I guess. I guess my comment would be those using the service now, right? So if you're targeting them for answers, you would hope that those trends align with those who are going to be using the service in the future, right? But there's no way to ensure that that's a correlation that can be made.
No, and then the people who are like the hospital and businesses around here are always looking for opportunities for childcare, and those won't be involved either. I know it's
You're entirely right, Councillor Van Hittersum, right? So depending on the scope of this.
Yeah, I understand that.
Right, so I think you're better to go broad, in my personal opinion, right? And use other entities to get you that feedback, right? So
Yeah.
to approach the hospital and have them provide that survey to their workers directly, compared to us trying to get a survey responsive data, because I can already tell you right now, the response rate is going to be very low.
Yeah.
If we don't do any thing above and beyond our own initiative, I guess I would say.
okay, go
I
ahead,
think
Councillor Palmer?
Are you finished?
No, it's fine.
I was just curious, is there a problem now with the programming?
Through you, Reeve, and not so much we are dealing with labor challenges in terms of being able to provide those services. So as you may recall, Deputy Reeve Faulkner had suggested perhaps discontinuing the before and after school program and redirecting those individuals into our main daycare center. So that this really is kind of intended to kind of look at that a little bit more detail. And further to that, in terms of families come and go from our daycare services. So, you know, we're open from 6:30 in the morning until 6 o'clock at night. We're open 11 and a half hours a day. You know, is that the needs of our families? You know, do we need to open sooner, close earlier? Do they need our services till 6 o'clock at night or 5:30? So as family come and go, needs change. And it's really just to get a handle in terms of what we're providing, what the needs are. And it goes back as well, needs versus wants. Are we hitting the need? And if we adjusting the service, potential adjustment to the service and or discontinuing other childcare programs could result in savings, is really where this is, and or provide a better service depending on the outcome. But I think it's important for us to understand who we're providing service to and what their needs are versus their wants.
Can I have a follow-up? Like Vicky would have at hand numbers, child numbers at 6 o'clock and at 6:30 or 5:30. We've never heard those, so that's part of what we're requesting here. Like, none of us know the usage at the different times. And, well, we know as a bundle, it's basically break even or make some money. It has anyways in the past, which is great. So that's telling me that it's working. You know, I can see, you know, quizzing families, you know, what do they see, what do they want, but how far do you go with that? How big a scope? So it's a difficult question. And I don't want staff spending tons of time on this if it's, well, you can judge that yourself. It's staff time again, and is that necessary? As far as going to Blythe, I think we've always entertained, not necessarily doing it, but talking about it anyways, and how much it would cost to have a facility there. That's what turns people off, I think, the dollars. But, you know, it'd be nice to know if there's a big need there, how many childcare homes there are. Like, none of us know that. Maybe all the needs are met, except for, you know, for a few families, who knows? But that'd be nice to know.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vicki. Yeah, sorry.
Through your worship, just to add into that information so that council is aware that as the children leave during the day or in the afternoon and things, then the staffing is adjusted accordingly. I thought that was important that council knows that we don't keep a full staffing right till 6 p.m. Staffing are adjusted accordingly, according to what's required to be on site for those children. Remember, we do have regulations that we have to meet that's established by the province. And in terms of the last budget meeting and staffing at other program areas and things, there was information included in this budget package in terms of the level service we provided that identified the staffing that is at the other programs. The other programs being offsite, like the before and after school programs, it's different staffing levels. It's also different qualifications for some of them. Some of them have untrained staff versus registered ECEs and things. But we are dealing with the province and the regulations as to how many staff we have to have in place for different age groups or demographics of children and things like that. We did do a survey a couple years ago regarding childcare in Blythe. Things have changed with COVID and things. I think that we could certainly do another survey down there to see what the needs are, but everything really hinges on our ability to attract staff.
Thank you very much. So were there any other questions before we put this to vote? We have a mover and a seconder.
Yeah, so you have a mover in Deputy Mayor Falconer, and then you're looking for a second.
Seconder, please. Councillor Whitfield.
And then I'll just read back the motion, just for the clarity of council here. But the motion on the floor is that the council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to administer a survey of child care users and provide a detailed update on the required resources and challenges to deliver each of the 4 child care programs, as well as the expansion of child care programming to Blythe.
Okay, I'd like to see who is in favor. Please raise hands. Sorry, raise hands again, sorry. Carried. Number 8, authorize staff to issue a request for proposal for cemetery grass cutting and trimming for the 2023 season. I think that was sort of alluded to earlier, so were there just any questions from any of you councilors for anything here? Go ahead.
No, just, I think the RFP is a good idea, but when we get the report back, we'll want to make sure there's a explanation how it's going to result in a net decrease in costs.
Okay. Do you need any? I just have Councillor or Clerk Lamb read the motion?
I had a question.
I'm sorry.
If it's advantageous to have a proposal for the grass cutting of the cemetery to be third party, wouldn't, if it's not cost effective for the township to be cutting the grass there, is it officially or fiscally responsible to not to apply that process to all the grass cutting?
Could we have maybe Chip talk to this, please?
Because the big expense at the campground of Blythe is grass cutting. And it's our grass cutting that's expensive. So if they could cut the grass at the cemetery, they could cut the grass at the ball diamonds.
Through you, Reeve. Heifer, that would be, that could be included in that we could look at additional green space to be maintained by a third party. I know that this was something that was incorporated in the last municipality that I worked in, and it was, we looked at it as more of an efficiency. We weren't really out looking for a lot of money savings. It was more timing, especially at our cemetery. They came in, our staff might be there for 5 days out of the week. They would come in and have it done in 3 days and gone, and everything, it cut down on complaints. And then if there was some rainy days and our staff didn't get it done and families go out to see their loved ones and it didn't look good, it was more about efficiencies is where we found the benefit to third-party people coming in to do the grass cutting, as well as you don't have as much equipment or repairs for that type of thing. And as you see in your budget, I think there's a mower in there this year for $23,000. So ongoing, then there's more efficiencies in a lot of different ways for third-party green space maintenance.
But there again, wouldn't it be advantageous to apply that philosophy to sidewalk cleaning, snow removal? You know, where do you stop? I mean, if
No,
we're just picking little pieces out, why don't we look at the big picture?
I'll start small and go bigger instead of the other way around, maybe. I always see it. I saw a hand over here.
Well, yeah, it was the same question actually, and for regarding to cemeteries, like the grave digging and that is apparently a very difficult item for Public Works because they only want to do it between certain hours. If we give a third party opportunity to do that, they can do it whenever they want. Isn't that true, or is there a liability issue with that?
Well, there could be. I haven't heard that there's issues with digging the graves in a timely manner as long as everybody's given advance notice. And I believe there's a cemetery bylaw being amended right now for the hours. And I think staff can accomplish that. I know in the municipality that I came from, it was just grass cutting. Our staff still went out, and if somebody wanted to look at a plot or when there was a burial, it was done by municipal staff on that end. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. So any other remarks with this? Go ahead, read the motion then, please,
So
Fran.
this is the staff recommended motion with the addition requested by Councillor Wright. But basically, your motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby authorizes staff to issue a request for proposal for cemetery grass cutting and trimming for the 2023 season, and further that staff report back regarding the net cost change of a potential third-party arrangement for grass cutting and trimming services.
Do you have a mover? Councillor Palmer, Councillor McBurney. Show of hands in favor. Carried. Direct for the closure of the Blythen District Community Center from April 1 to August 31st annually. Comments?
Thank you, through you, Reeve.
Yes. Go ahead, thank you.
There are activities that go on, I was had phone calls about it, that go on throughout the summer that utilize the arena space. I'm just wondering if they will no longer be able to use the space when it's closed like that. Like we have the Rutabaga Festival, we've got other shows.
So a dog show? Still have a dog show?
No, that was, no, yeah, no.
I'll just ask our rec director to come and talk. Thank you, Vicky.
Through you, your worship, to assist Deputy Reeve Faulkner. So there are groups that use the community center, such as the Road Trek, the Rutabaga Festival, the Road Trek Rally Club, the National Square Dancing Association, Threshers, and I believe that is it in terms of using the community center during the summer.
During those dates.
During those times. Those would be the regular ones that would come in that are using the campground and the community center.
The barn dance not in there anymore?
No, they're defunct.
They, through you, your worship,
That's something else.
they may come back. They have been looking at running a smaller show and things, so I believe they have expressed an interest in doing that. They've been changing kind of their format of how they're offering that.
So with this motion, would those be canceled then?
Through you, your worship, I would like to refer that to the CAO.
Yeah, just in terms of, so with the community center, we have it open and we're responsible for it, right? So really, this is intended, again, to that staff would be, if the facility is not open, or the times that the facility is not open, those staff would be shifted over into, say, Parks Department, for example. But going back to your point or comment, Deputy Reeve, I would envision that we would staff it during those particular events. So we might staff it from Friday to Sunday, but then close it back up again on Monday, so that those staff can then get back to doing other work, I guess, in the municipality, that rather than bringing again in additional staff, we would be, if the facility is not generally open, then those staff are available to do other work. But we could certainly, in my mind, open it for bookings, I'll call it, would be my thought.
Councillor,
And my second one would be, with that methodology, why are we not considering doing that to all of our arenas? If it's going to be a savings at one, and no change to the service, because you're going to open it when they need it, couldn't that be done also in the Westcust?
Yeah, maybe as a follow-up question, I'm a bit confused as why we wouldn't have been doing that all along anyways. But I'm a bit confused why we kind of left it open for weeks at a time and have someone staff there if there wasn't any reason or purpose for that person to be there.
I'm asking Vicky to reply, please.
Through you, your worship. So just adding, or in response to Councillor Wright's question and things, the facility in Wingham and the facility in Blythe are very different. So what occurs in Blythe is that when the summer comes, spring and summer comes, there's maintenance, One is basically an arena and a community center with the campground and the ball diamonds attached. The other one has the arena, but then it also has the pool, the fitness center, the meeting rooms as part of the center there, and then those staff move out into the parks. So just in commenting on the facility itself in Blythe, the staff in Blythe, like any arena facility, once the ice is out, facility staff have to do their maintenance that they could not do when the facility's in operation for an ice surface. And so they'll do their painting, their repairs, those types of things that you can't do when a facility's operating as an ice surface. the Blythe facility has bare minimum staffing down there, and things as in, it has one operator on most times, and things. When spring and summer come, like, again, the first 4 to 6 weeks, they're getting caught up on those maintenance items and things, and then they move out onto the campground. And then they start working away at getting the campground ready, dealing with the water line issues. There's a lot of issues with the water lines bursting down there, as well as electrical repairs that have to occur. And then they're dealing with that and dealing with the washroom facilities and getting things ready for the ball diamonds. They look after the ball diamonds there as well, and getting things maintained and ready for usage on a daily basis. Usually in the summer, then we go down to, the hours of the part-time operator are reduced in Blythe, and then we operate that facility 7 days a week with 2 full-time and a part-time operator for approximately 1 day a week and things. With the shared facilities with the Blythe Festival, because the harvest stage is there, we do look after maintaining the washroom facilities out on the grounds and things, and looking after that and making sure that it's ready to go for the shows in the evenings and things. And it is, as mentioned before, that building is owned and operated by Thresher, so there's a number of agreements that come into play. There's also, that facility also has the skate park on it as well. That has to be looked after. But there's trimming, there's dealing with the groups that just are the campers that just show up. And all the signage directs them to the campground office, being the arena. So they're dealing with people pulling in there and pulling out. If they want an enhanced site, then it may or may not require, depending on where they want that amenity, it may or may not require moving that around. There's just different things like that. In Wingham, it's a little bit different because even though the ice is out, we do have rentals on the ice surface, or not the ice surface, on the dry pad, such as lacrosse. We have some ball hockey up here as well in the evening, but we also have the continued operation of the pool facility as well as the fitness center. And so that's also looked after, and we have staff here that move out into the parks. The staff in Wingham look after doing the inspections of all the playground equipment. They do the maintenance on the ball diamonds, like the daily maintenance where they have to be dragged. On the ball diamonds, they clean all the public washrooms in Wingham. They also go and they look after the courts, the tennis courts, the volleyball courts. They do like rototilling of the volleyball courts, the playground areas, and they prepare for the rentals that occur in those areas. So for instance, if we have a family reunion renting out the Lions Pavilion kind of thing. So they're going around doing that. That was all prior to Parks being transferred back to us. Now Parks is being transferred back to us starting in February. They will be assuming the trail maintenance as well. Blythe staff will be assuming the trail maintenance down in Blythe as well. We will also be taking on the what we call civic beautification, so that's all the flower beds. That will be handled by Wingham staff and Blythe staff, as well as the watering of all the flower pots along the main streets. So there's quite a bit that's coming already our way, not to mention improvements in the park areas and doing the projects that are planned. So whether it's, we'll be doing tree cutting or limb cutting, as well as any kind of maintenance around there, so. Does that help, Your Worship?
Okay, I saw the hand first here at
Thank you,
Councilor
Reeve.
Palmer.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm not seeing relevance to this one. If the building is shut down anyways, when not in use, and the Wingham one too, the lights out. so there's no cost incurred there. Liability is gonna be the same. And then, fire it up when there's a use, in either of the, arenas. That's kind of what's going on, and I just don't see it. I think it should be deleted, number 9.
Deputy Reeve?
I think it's through you, Reeve. Yeah, it's just, my comments were just to homogenize the process, because further down in here, we're looking at changes to the fitness program, to the fitness model. And we're looking, and we have another discussion on whether the pool would be closed for a certain amount of months. I just as before, wouldn't it make sense to treat them all the same and have the arena's closed, the pool's closed, and if the weight room is gonna be held by, or handled by a third party, it's handled by a third party. We're asking to put motions, or to talk about motions on basically the same operations in the buildings, of just having them both closed for that same time. But you're saying one can't be, but because of the pool. Well, if the pool's gonna be closed for 2 months, and the weight room is gonna be run by somebody else, so I don't see the difference between doing a different operation in one than in the other.
Reeve, I think for clarification, right, like even if a third party took over operation of the fitness room, someone would still have to have the arena open, right? Because you have automatic access to get up there, but not in through the exterior doors, right?
Through you, your worship, that is correct, because that facility cannot stand on its own. It has no washroom facilities or change facilities or anything like that. It has to have access to the rest of the building.
Okay. Any other discussion from councilors?
So I guess, yeah, I would need clarity on this one. So I'm hearing, I guess, multiple things. I guess from Councilor Palmer, I'm hearing no action at all on this one. Deputy Falconer kind of apply it more across the board. So I'm looking to council for what you want to do. So if someone wants to make a motion, if no one makes a motion, we'll move on.
Somebody like go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we just delete number 9 and leave it, and it means the other ones as well, that they're, basically, the lights are out until they're needed. I'd love to see lacrosse come into Blythe, you know, so if the arena's technically open, and that could attract a group, so it's already closed, like they both are technically, so I'm not sure why it's even being discussed. It's open when it's needed. And staff is always diverted somewhere else, so we're not gonna save any money technically on staff.
So what I'm hearing from Councilor Palmer, the motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs for no action to be taken as a result of recommendation 9 of staff report CAO 2023-01.
Do I have a mover? Councilor Palmer, seconder. Councilor Wright. Show of hands, those in favor? Defeated.
So I guess I'm looking for now, is there other action that council wants to take in this matter? If not, and you move on, you basically achieve the same thing. It's the motion that was just defeated anyways, so.
Okay,
Move on.
move on.
So then,
Go ahead.
I would say direct for, or make a motion for the, for it to be a system-wide I think I would put this, to be the same, you know, if it's gonna be a rec decision to be open or closed for a certain length of time, then it'd be across all, it's shared by all the municipality. I can't see you having one shut and the other one not shut, and then later on, come down to, the pool's gonna be closed, but the weight room's gonna be closed, but you gotta
But
keep the
isn't that
arena,
already
you gotta keep the
happening
floor
now?
open.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Reeve, just in terms of, just to clarify, I guess, in terms of what Deputy Faulkner is raising in terms of that, and correct me, that the Wingham and the Blythe and the Wingham and the North Huron Community Complex would be closed for whatever time period to determine, whether it's 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, whatever. And during that time period, basically, the pool would be closed, the fitness center would be closed, the community center would be closed, save and except for any facility bookings in terms of, so if somebody wanted to, Rutabaga Festival wanted use of the building for certain time period, that they would be, we would staff it based on events. Is that, I'm just trying to clarify or get an
That's my
understanding.
clarification, because the savings that have been indicated by staff have been when we had a savings because during COVID, we were closed for 3 weeks. There was a savings. You didn't have staff there. You didn't have, they weren't moved anywhere. It was a reduction in service. If we're going to be looking at it this way, where you want to close a winter activity for April to August, yeah, I can see that, not needing that open. But it shouldn't be needed open in others. I think it should be an overall concept, not just pick and choose.
So Reeve, just a comment, I know there's a motion on the floor, but it's apples and oranges. The proposal was to close the Blythe Arena, but with no impact to the service provided at the Blythe Arena. If you close the Wingham Arena, you're gonna affect the services provided at the Wingham Arena, so it's not the same thing, it's apples and oranges.
Go ahead, Councillor Palmer, you had.
No, exactly, as Councillor Wright said. They're two different things, and Deputy Reeve, you're trying to enact your fairness on the situation, but it doesn't, I'm all for fairness, but sometimes it doesn't work. And this isn't fairness. It makes the Wingham Arena at a more of a loss, so it's not making sense to me. Like, we have to use common sense, and I'm not seeing it. If you want to just look at simple fairness, like, we're not in the business for fairness in this regard. It's service, and where's the service required? And I thought you'd be happy, actually, Deputy Reeve, because I don't want anything to happen to the Blythe Arena. It's open when it's needed. Like, I fail to understand what your problem is.
Why can't that be applied to another?
But it's needed all the time. We can't get into a discussion like this, but it's got a service, it's got two services going on, and so it has to be open for that. But the arena part is closed. I'm sure the lights are out. The door's open.
Okay, I want Vicky to clarify something here.
Your worship. Through you, your worship. I do want to clarify this because I think there may be a misunderstanding in things. It's the situation is the Blythe Arena is open because staff are there because of the campground and things. Anytime we can get revenue in, we will take a booking and things. But I don't want council to be under the perception that staff are just there doing nothing, because that's not the case. They're out doing their repairs inside the building, and they're also doing repairs out on the campground and things. And their hours of operation, or hours of their salary is charged according to whatever facility they're working on and things like that. So, what I'm hearing is closing the doors, but the facility isn't, I'm not really sure where we're going with this, because the facility, it's not being used. And as it's not being used, there's really, the lights are off and there's no charges that way. It's, when we have a booking come in, we staff that facility. It's just the same staff are there on the grounds as well. They just move outside and things. So they're not going to lock the doors every time they walk out onto the campground and things like that. The facility is available for rentals and things going forth. But there are certain requirements. And even though the ice plant is down, we're not providing an ice surface, we are still required to make inspections and checks and things to ensure that everything is still contained within that plant and do our log books and things like that. So there's still going to be charges there for that staff to be in that building. And in terms of the budget, the way I have it budgeted now is that more of their time is budgeted out in parks. So there's less time in the arena for the summer, obviously, because they're having to take on more responsibilities out in the parks. But the building is there, it's the time of year when it's the least costly to operate. So certainly if we're going to have somebody come in that wants to do a rental, we want to be able to do that and have the staff available to do that.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more comment here. Go ahead, Deputy Reed.
I agree with the notion here for the Blythe, the closure between April and August. I understand that, and if it's available to be open when occasions arise, is fine. My point was, there has to be some hours during the week in the summertime when there's nothing on the dry pad. I don't think there's anything on the dry pad right at the moment. So how is that different of not having anything on in Blythe? But you're going to close that one. But this one you're not.
Through you, Reed, right, as somebody who's owned the gym, or used the gym, sorry, you can come in through the open door, use your pass card, and get up and use the gym. If the outside door is locked, you can't get into the gym to use it.
Right.
So if you lock the arena, now you no longer have gym hours from whenever they are in the morning to wherever they are at night. It blocks access to the gym.
But after May, you're not going to have any anyway in this
We haven't
proposal.
got there yet.
I know, but.
With respect.
And that comes to my roundabout to finish this off was, and to comment to Councillor Palmer there. We've already gone past East Walnash's ice pad and community center. And he so eloquently said that it was needed. It's used by the people in the village. And to say that it's okay, you can leave mine open, but then put provisions to close another's and say, well, it has to come from somewhere. Fine, I just don't find that's an equal process.
Okay, we have to get moving on. Go ahead, Palmer, Councillor Palmer, and then we'll.
We don't want to close anything. Like, I'm not saying close it, I'm saying get rid of number 9 so we don't have to deal with it. Like, there's no money saving, that's the thing. It's already been mentioned, the staff just get redirected. We're still paying their wages. There is zero, and the lights are out. There's no cost other than liability, which would be there anyways. So that goes for both arenas. I just fail to see what the argument is. What's the problem? Blythe Arena, it's not your arena also, like you said. The Blythe Arena is open when needed, just like it has been for years and years. I just don't see, there's no money saving. Yeah, the workers there still get paid for doing their duties, you've heard that. So where are we going with this? It just should be out of here.
Our CEO is going to talk, and then we'll carry on with motion.
Well, I was just going to say briefly in terms of, so there was savings during COVID when facilities were closed.
People were at home, though.
No, I'm not disputing that, but the pool temperature was turned down, the staff were not there, et cetera, et cetera. So we actually, we actually are farther ahead when the pool's not open financially. Billing on that, I think it's important to remember, we're sitting at 20.65% on our budget right now. And, you know, I appreciate in terms of its needs versus wants. And as a council, you're indicating you want to get down to a 6 or 8%. I guess, how are we going to get there? And that's the question. I'm just posing that out there for everyone in terms of.
But as a question, Reva, I don't understand how this saves us money. If staff are just doing other things, we still have the same staff costs, and we don't have money, and Director of the department indicated the guys are busy, so where did the savings result from?
So there's, in terms of, there's facility staff, aquatic staff, fitness staff.
No, I'm talking about just number
We're
9.
not there yet. We're
Just
talking
number 9.
Number 9.
No, true. But I think going back to Deputy Faulkner's comment, and I think, you know, in terms of stepping back and looking at the big picture, I think is what Deputy Faulkner's doing. And I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with in terms of what he's proposing, but I think that's a good approach in terms of just looking at your services. What services are we going to provide? To what level are we going to provide that service? And then in terms of what do we need versus what we want, and then the cost to the taxpayers. Right now, again, you're sitting at 20.65% increase. So if you decide, and if you decide that you want to maintain and keep everything that you have in its present form, you can certainly do that. And we will bring back a budget that reflects that. But I guess what we're hearing as staff is that 20.65% is not acceptable. And what we need as staff is direction from you as far as what do you want, what services do you want to provide, how do you want to provide them, and to enable us to then come back to you with a budget that is more in line with that 6 to 8% that you're talking about. Again, if we keep everything status quo, by all means, we can certainly do that. But you also then, there's the financial implications that go with that. So I'm just putting that out there in terms of the conversation in the discussions. The objective here is to figure out how we're going to bring down that budget increase. And from a staff's perspective, I'm suspecting that we could bring you back something. Right now, we're sitting at 20.65. Through meetings and that, we could maybe get that down for you to 18% or 16%, something like that. We're not going to get you down to 8% at a staff level. If you're telling us you want to maintain all your services and all your service levels, we're not going to be able to bring you back a budget at 8%. We might be able to bring you back a budget at 18%, certainly down from the 20, but we're not going to get to that 8%. So it's in terms of where you want to go as a municipality and as a council. We'll bring you back a budget at 18, 16% if those are the services you want to have and those are the services you want to maintain. We will bring you back that budget from a staff's perspective. You're the ones that are going to be adopting the budget. We will carry out the budget, the services, whatever it is that you direct. So I just want to bring us back, I guess, we have to almost step back a little bit, and what is the objective of our conversations here? Where are we headed, and what is it that we want to achieve? So I'm just putting that out there.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer, and then Councillor McBurney.
Actually, Anita's in there too. Actually, Anita, you were first.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
thanks. Well, then you might as well join up 9, 10, and 11. Might as well include them, because if that's where we're headed. Okay, I can't vote on something that I don't know about. So really, it should be deferred till we get a report back. What's the savings? What is the savings if you close these things down? Then it's easier to make a decision. And, you know, are you maintaining staff or you're sending them home? You know, that's harsh, but that's where COVID made us money. Hate to say that. Or saved us money, because people were not working. But to me, yeah, okay, I would like to know what the savings is for the whole kit and caboodle.
Okay.
And there won't be any savings in Blythe. See, that's the sneaky part to me. Blythe won't be any savings because it's closed anyways and opens when it's required. And that's what would happen to the arena part at the Westcast when it's required. But what about the other people that do the fitness things and the pool things? You know, to them it's required. So what are we doing to them? Saying, oh, sorry, go somewhere else? Like, it's not right. And there's a new fitness place downtown. It's getting busy. You know, that's sad because those folks are Wingham people and they should be supporting the complex, but such a people. You see what I mean, though? Okay, I'm not going to vote on anything until I know what the results are.
I guess the piece I'll say is a lot of the numbers you're looking for are contingent on what you do, right? So if you want costs, to use the next one, the fitness one, for example, a lot of what you're going to see in cost savings is contingent on what you direct for. If you want to direct for a third party, then it's contingent on what the market is willing to come back as a proposal for that, right? You're never going to know what your true savings are until you have all this direction, right? Even the staffing piece, right? You might look at, you might make all these decisions and it looks like we would be redeploying staff, but if you've cut this, and this, we might not be redeploying all the staff. There might have to be cuts to staffing.
How do you get them back when the doors are open? You won't. And even all the people that are participating in the fitness and the pool, they're going to go somewhere else.
Right.
And you won't get them back.
And I guess what I would say is that's fine.
No, it's not.
If that's a cost you're willing to incur, if you would have let me finish, Councilor Palmer.
Okay.
If you are fine with keeping those staff on in order to keep them here, again, completely fine, completely within council's discretion. It's just that is the cost you are going to incur, and that's the whole purpose of this exercise, right? We're not saying you have to cut X, Y, and Z, right? We're saying here's potential options. What do you want to do? If you do nothing, again, as the CEO said, it's going to come back 18 to 20% as your spending. So,
Through your review, I'm with Councillor Palmer. I can't make a decision to close something if I don't know if it's gonna save $5 or $5 million. I can't. We need, and council does not have the insight to understand the implications or the ways different departments could work together. Say if you did decide to close this or that, and then you could have one staff cross over between departments to cover things off. We don't have that insight. We need staff to bring those proposals to us.
and
And say, if you close this, you will save this much. Is that something council wants to do?
And so maybe we're getting hung up on the wording, I think, right? So maybe what you're looking for is explore the potential closure of something like this,
Yes.
right? And then you're gonna, right, you're going through these processes, you're issuing RFPs, you're getting those results back. That's gonna be the numbers that dictate what you're looking for, right?
Yes.
But like, without getting direction, I guess for staff, without staff getting direction to start proceeding with some of those things, you can't have those numbers, right? So maybe it's the step is proposing to issue these RFPs and proceed with exploring those approaches rather than making a decision right away independent of what the market is willing to provide to you for those arrangements.
Okay. So we're at a stalemate here. We're started number 9 and it's sort of stopped. So after sitting there, CAO, I'm just curious, could you give Carrie on what after hearing what these people are saying?
Well, I guess my recommendation would be you continue through the rest of the exercise here. So number 9, what council basically, by not passing a motion, is saying that they don't want to take action on that area related to the Blythe Community Center. And by all means, that's completely fine. It just means you move on to the next one, and then you go through these, and you make the decisions that you feel you are able to make on them at this time. And if you feel you're not able to make a decision on this at this time, that's fine as well. You get through these, and then you put any other additional motions forward that you'd like to see regarding your services. But the one thing I'll continue to reiterate, these are just starting point motions. You as council have the ability to put any motion you see forward on any single thing. These are just starting points. You don't need to give credence to them. They're just a starting point in order to facilitate a discussion.
I'd make a motion to accept number 9.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Lays in the sand then? Oh.
I would second that with, if it's slightly amended, right, as what Director Carson indicated, it's to investigate the savings, which would be result from the
Yes.
closure. And, right, I think that's important, because it's more information, not a decision, right? And I understand what you said before, Mr. Evans, that this isn't final,
No, that's right.
but it reads as final. With the members of the public that have phoned me have read this, and it reads as final. So I think that's why the wording's important. Even if it amounts to the same thing, I think the wording's important.
So, Councilor Falconer, or Deputy Falconer has moved a motion. Councilor Wright has requested an amendment to that motion, so I guess it's at the discretion of whether Councilor or Deputy Falconer is fine with that, but the amended motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs for the investigation of a potential closure of the Blythe District and Community Center from April 1st to August 31st annually. Is that kind of in line with what?
Okay.
That's fine.
So then your mover's Deputy Falconer and your seconder's Councilor Wright.
Okay, may I see a show of hands? Those in favor? Carried. Number 10, directs for the permanent closure of the township-operated fitness center by no later than May 1st, 2023, and authorizes staff to issue a request for proposal to lease the space and equipment for fitness center services. Discussion.
Oh, he is up first.
I'm sorry.
He beat me.
Thank you. So through you, again, I'm fine with an investigation into RFP for this. Because I think it needs to be fleshed out a bit, right? As we talked about, a lot of the, I mean, I'm not a large user of the gym. I have used it in the past. You know, part of it is just access. You can get in and use the equipment, right? And when that's happening, you're gonna have to have a town staff person there anyways, right? So if you're gonna, unless you're gonna reduce the hours of the gym is open, there's not gonna be a savings. Potentially, this is just looking at running the programs that are within the gym, right? But, you know, I'm certainly open to the third-party model. I think it's makes a lot of sense. The difficulty is when there's not independent access point from the outside, it's gonna be more difficult to make that work well, right? But that's my thought.
Any other comments from Councilor? Go ahead.
Thank you through you, Reeve. At this point, with, as you mentioned, there's a fitness business in town. And I think it's in our own motto that we don't compete against the businesses in our town for the services. If they're being provided by third party already, why are we competing? We can't. Because our staffing levels are in our budget, where someone owning a business, that's their business. They're working at their business. So so it's the wage disparaging between the two. So I don't see why we should be in the business of competing against store owners.
Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, that competing business is brand new, so our fitness center was here first. So if someone else comes in and wants to compete with us, it's a free will.
But again, I think the proposal is to investigate options, right? And so, if the RFP comes back and no one's interested in it, right, we don't have to make the decision now, right? But I think putting some proposals together and talking to some people that might be interested in using the space, there's no harm in that, right? And, you know, we don't have to make the final decision now, but I certainly agree. And in essence, we wouldn't be competing with store owners, right? It'd be another business established in the space of that area, right? So we wouldn't actually be direct competition.
So you're looking at third party? Could we, was there somebody
Well, I
else?
guess, so I'm hearing two things, right? So I'm hearing investigate for the permanent closure of the township-operated fitness center for the purposes of looking for a third party, so the RFP piece, which is the motion for you, plus the wording of investigation rather than permanent closure. And then I'm also hearing the discontinuance of service. So I'll look for a motion from council so that I'm not putting words
Somebody,
into people's mouths.
go ahead, Vicky.
Through you, your worship, I would like council to kind of flush it out as well as what their expectation is. Because some questions that have come forward in the last day and a half is, there may be, for instance, with the campground, there may be someone that's interested in running the campground. However, they want to know who's going to be responsible for the gains and the losses, and they want to know how much we're charging for the use of those facilities, what kind of rental fees that the municipality is expecting. And I think that that's something that council needs to decide, that if we're going to put this out to RFP, are we looking at them assuming all gains and losses? And are we going with market value for rental, per square foot for the use of that space, and figuring that out. And then also, I would assume that they would have to pay for a portion of like snow removal, paper supplies and everything, because that comes under the operations, the general operations of the building and things. But I would like some direction on that if council wants us to proceed, because we'll have to include that in an RFP for someone to provide a bid.
Through you, Reeve. Just in terms of my thoughts or comments would be that we just leave it open. And in terms of, we don't want to, someone who is putting forward a proposal they'll have their own business model or business plan. They'll know in terms of what they can pay. And I mean, then we as or council, municipality will have to decide whether or not that is acceptable. So just to give you an example, the Harvest Stage down at the Blythe Community Center property, it's $1 for 5 years that they're paying down there. When there was that conversation, it was a trial. Festival didn't know. So they said, this is what we are offering. We would like to do this, blah, 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 and that sort of thing. I think we just need to we don't want to, in my mind, put cuffs on something that could succeed. If we start dictating and it doesn't align with their model, then we experience this as well. I'm thinking as I'm talking, the expressions of interest process that we went through with respect to Hutton Heights. I think when we did the second EOI, for those that may not be aware, we pulled back on that. We pulled back on some of our asks, okay? We received proposals, none to our satisfaction, but we left that open so my point is it's a request for proposal. Leave it open. Let the market come back and you then can decide what you're comfortable with and what you want to do. If we start telling them, this is what you got to pay for rent, this is what you got to pay, this is what you got to pay, they're going to say, you've already made all the decisions. Like, you're not going to get any, I'm suspecting you're not going to get anybody even interested. But I think if you just say, how much would you be willing to pay? And personally, from my perspective, right now, I mean, not to pick, but that particular service is running a deficit. If you even had somebody run it, and I'm not saying you do this, get me wrong, if you had somebody run it and you didn't have that deficit, you're already ahead of the game, whether they pay rent or not. You're already 150,000 or 140,000, whatever the number is, ahead, without them even paying any rent. So, and then if you then start asking them to pay rent, you know, you're trying to up the ante more. You're upping the ante more, and then the private sector is going to say, no, thank you. I'm just, sorry, I may be saying too much, but.
So, yes, sorry.
Thank you, River. I don't think you can compare a Blight Festival stage and a Blight Festival company with a municipal-run fitness center or a professional-run fitness center. I also think that there must be a cost associated because it's part of the building, and we put a lot of money into all kinds of temperature control and stuff like that. I don't know. I leaving it free up to me is like somebody comes with a lowball offer, and that would be nice. They have their business in there, but what do we as a municipality gain from that? It doesn't have to make money, but it has to stay even for me at least. So I'm not sure if where to go with this.
Well, and I guess the piece is, not all this stuff is things that need to be flushed out at this time.
No.
Right, so as council's aware, with everything we do, there's, like, you receive RFPs, you receive your expressions of interest, you, under the closed session provision, you go into negotiations, right? You figure out what works for you, what works for the other party, right? I wouldn't get too hung up on the logistics of anything at this point, because that's not really the purpose of this exercise. The purpose of this exercise is which discretionary services are you providing, and which ones you're not, if any, that you decide to cut, right?
May I ask a follow-up question? During COVID, we had the pool and the fitness center closed. Do you have numbers from that area, from like we closed it for that many months and we had a savings from that?
Through you, your worship, I do have numbers from that that I can bring forward. You know, I really wish that this council would consider the situation that we're in. This is the first full year again that we're able to open after COVID. We have made leaps and bounds in increasing our revenue coming forward. And I mean, from last year alone, we have tripled our revenue in the fitness center. And as people are coming back, there were also decisions of this council that were made pre-COVID regarding non-resident fee that resulted in us losing a lot of clients. We are doing our best to bring those clients back in. And not only did we lose non-resident clients, but we also lost resident clients because they wanted to support their friends who lived across the street but was in another municipality. I also would like council to keep in mind that we have a number of arrangements or agreements out there, for instance, with the schools, that where we're providing, we've partnered with them to provide programs for our school children and things, and to get them more active and into the center. And that affects not just the fitness center, but the other areas of the center as well, because our goal is to promote healthy and active living. And sometimes, you know, we have situations where we have people who cannot afford to do, you know, buy memberships and things like that. But then, you know, on the bigger scope of things and a broader scope of things is that we're here to help those individuals and to provide services to those individuals and provide programs for those individuals and opportunities. It's not strictly, and I'm speaking on a broad term, not specifically to the fitness center, but there's a lot of impact that this will have. we have memberships that are sold, complete memberships for access to the entire facility. We have memberships that are sold for pool and fitness or courts and things, and they're based, some of them are based on a whole year of having access to that. This is going to result in a lot of refunds. If council moves forward with closing that center, that's going to have to be taken into consideration and things, and we may lose even further clients based on that and not being able to provide those services. So I think that I would really like the opportunity to do a more thorough analysis on this and to bring that information forward in a report so that council can understand the impact that it will have on us financially, not just from turning off the lights, but also from a community perspective and our partnerships with the other areas. The other thing that we were going to have to consider when looking at this is that when we bring a private business into our facility, that portion of the facility now becomes a taxable, we have to pay taxes on it. So when looking at this RFP, we have to consider all these things that that are going to change the way we operate and where we go from here. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess we're at the point where I need some direction from council. So if someone wants to put a motion forward, and then I will read it back to council.
Somebody has a motion? Go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, so my motion, through you, Reeve, is just to seek expressions of interest for third-party individuals or businesses who would to take over some aspect of operation of that fitness center.
Okay.
To just clear it, like the same motion, but with the investigation piece?
No. So, for example, I do not want anything in there about closure on May 1st.
Okay.
Right? I think the idea is to try to maintain services and just provide them in a better way. And that better way is potentially through a third-party provider as opposed to directly by the municipality.
Reeve? Yes, go
Can
ahead.
we add to that something about what Vicky was just mentioning, this analysis of what the costs would be or the savings would be? Doing it different ways? Shutting it down for X amount of time or leaving it open? It'd be nice to know these figures.
Do you agree with that, Councillor Wright?
Yeah, I do, Reeve. I guess it was maybe kind of unspoken, and that doesn't do well in this format. But that would come with the analysis along with the expression of interest, right? That's kind of, we've talked about all this stuff. Get information, but then also present it as what the cost-benefit analysis is going to be. So correct, I agree to that amendment because we would need that analysis to be done whether we decide to proceed with the expression of interest or not.
Okay, a moment, Clerk Lamb, repeat that, and then we'll...
So again, Councilor Wright, if this isn't what you're looking for, by all means, let me know. But basically, the motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to issue a request for proposal to potentially lease the space and equipment for fitness center services and report back to council. And further, that the potential cost savings of this service delivery model be included as part of this report.
Yeah, I would say cost savings and changes to service, right? We need to kind of understand if there's any impact to service as well. Thank you.
So, then it would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs for staff to issue a request for proposal to potentially lease the space and equipment for fitness center services and report back to council. And further, that the potential cost savings and service impacts of this service delivery model be included as part of this report. Perfect. So you have Councillor Wright as your mover and looking for...
The seconder, Councillor Palmer. Raise your hands, those in favor.
I would like to ask a question. I prefer having a report back from Vicky without the request for proposal. So first, a report from Vicky about the effect of getting a request of proposal out and how the department is working before we send out a request for proposals for operation of the fitness.
So I guess procedurally, you have a motion on the floor, so it's at the discretion of the mover and the seconder of whether they want to amend that motion. And if, basically, if not, then you would put it to a vote. Depending on the outcome of that, then you would move your motion.
Thank you.
I would, through you, Reeve, I would like to leave it as it is, just because if we don't get any expressions of interest in response, I think that would be good to have as soon as possible. It eliminates a lot of options, right? And from a budget perspective, we only have so much time, right? So I don't know if we have time to get the analysis and then get it back and then go out for RFP and then get it back, et cetera.
Okay, and.
I have a question.
Okay.
Yes, it makes sense. We've got to eliminate certain things, certain thoughts, and that going ahead with it as it is now is the best way.
Okay, that's on the form, just a
I
remark.
just want to make a comment, a reminder that if we discontinue the fitness service, we're not losing the service. It's still being provided in our municipality, just not by us. So what's the difference between that and looking for somebody third party to run it in our facility, to run a duplicate of a service that's already there?
See where you're coming from?
We're competing against ourselves.
So I guess you have a motion on the floor, your worship, so in the interest of continuing things along.
Yeah.
Vicky has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see the question.
Through you, Your Worship, just a comment that came from the audience and things is that we're talking a lot about the fitness center and the use of the equipment, but what about the fitness classes? That's, I mean, Fitness Center also does all the outreach classes that are in Belgrave and down in Blythe. That's the staff who offer them, but they offer different classes at the Westcast Complex as well. So we'll have to look at whether or not that would continue on a separate basis or if that would be included in this proposal, because I don't believe the other provider in the community does the fitness classes.
Right.
Yeah, so it was the intent of my motion that, so that's why I asked the impact to services was added to the motion, right? So the intent is that, let's put it this way, the hope, or the best case scenario is that basically the members of our community see no change to the level of service they get at the fitness center. It's just provided from a third party as opposed to directly by employees of the municipality. So that's the intent of the motion. Now we'll have to see potentially what results we get back. But, you know, we're looking potentially at a win-win, right? No change in service to the community and a reduction of costs to the municipality.
Yeah, so Councillor Wright's comments are accurate for sure.
Okay. Okay, so we have a mover, seconder, and may I see a raise of hands? Those in favor? Carried. What number are we on now?
So you are on number 11.
Direct for the annual closure of approval for the months of July and August, beginning on July 1, 2023. Open the, go ahead.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. Through you, historically, the swimming season in most municipalities that don't have an indoor pool are during the summer months. The benefit of having an indoor pool is you can provide those services at a time of year when those are not, you're not able to in an outdoor pool. There again, I don't know why we're competing against other businesses in the same time frame. So I'm in favor of the periodic closure during the summertime, provide the services in the wintertime just for cost savings. When traditionally, it is only in those for a shorter time during the year.
Okay. Any other comment from Councillor? Go ahead, Deputy, or Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, I was just wondering who would who would we be competing against other than the lake? Because it's a fairer drive to any other pool. Anyhow, I'd like to know from Vicky, what would be the loss if we did close it? Is there a financial gain to it?
Through your worship, I mean, again, we would have to do an analysis, but we already reduced the hours of the pool in the summer to ensure that we're not paying staff to be there when it's not necessary. We have aquafit classes starting, and lane swims starting there first thing in the morning, and they go to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If we have rentals, and we do have rentals that come in from groups and things, then we would put the guards on for that as needed, but then we do the lessons start back up in the evening and things. So we do have a lot of usage in the summer. Again, I would like an opportunity, if council's serious about looking at this, is looking at those months. I know it was mentioned about we wouldn't have to hire guards for the summer. Those guards are the ones that we take with us into the fall. Those are the ones that we get trained up and ready to take on that fall programming. And if we don't have that opportunity to bring them in and get them trained and prepared for the fall and winter sessions and things, we may not have staff.
May I present a question to Rec Director? What would be wrong with looking at, let's say, halfway through December to have it open before March break? It's bad weather, and I've just been told by some people the last couple of days that that time of year is not as easy for some of the older ones that do aquafit and whatnot to get to work. I'm just throwing that out there if we could.
Through your worship, I'm not sure what your...
No, I'm sorry, I meant for taking our time, if you're thinking of
spreading.
closing for time in the December to March break, have it for when the families can use it again.
Yeah, so through your worship, so we're basically talking, you're looking for a cost savings basically over an 8-week period. And you're saying, could it be spread out during the year, or could it be, done at a time such as like over Christmas or at March break and things like that? Certainly it could be looked at. I mean, we do have a lot of participation in recreational swims and things during those times, families spending time together and coming in for those swims and things. But again, aquafit is every day and every weekday, and we are booked right up till 1 o'clock in the afternoon with that. But I think it would be easier on the participants if we spread out that 8 weeks throughout the year rather than do it eight weeks in the summer. You have to look at the health of the community and the people who are using it to have that type of interruption in their services that we provide.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Vicky, would there be any savings in looking at it differently, say opening up the pool only in the mornings or in the afternoons or at night, so making the day shorter so there's less staff necessary, or wouldn't that make any difference? Or are you doing that already, maybe?
Through your worship, we're doing that already.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Well, just an overall question, the budget and the deficits for both the aquatics and the weight room are almost Well, currently here is almost $800,000. So I just wonder does the director have any idea of how we can recoup any of that? Any ideas of how that could be done?
Through your worship, again, we are rebounding from COVID and rebuilding our programming and things. So as programming increases, we will be able to bring in more revenue and things like that and offer more programs during the time frame. The pool operates under regulations similar to daycare, where it's dictated by the province as to how many guards we have to have on the pool deck at any time one person is on that deck and things. And, that's something, we can't change those things. That's part of the overall programming or program that's being offered. The same thing with the health department. We have to abide by the health department's rules and regulations as well. We do have regular inspections, and they come in and they definitely tell us when we're in a non-compliant situation and or if something's not working according to the provincial standards, and we have to rectify that immediately. If council thinks that arenas, pools, fitness centers, parks even. We really didn't even talk about parks so much today as to how much they're losing things. Everything seems to be really focused on the actual facilities and things. They all run at a loss. They're not going to make money. Programming is based on the programs, and programming is very broad in its topic because it's not just instructional programs. Instructional programs or registered programs are the ones that we can set those minimum and maximum numbers on based on ratios. We have to deal with ratios like childcare as well and how many kids we can have in a program and things. But we have to remember that, there's regulations out there that affect everything we do. But regardless of whether we do a third party or bring a third party in, there are fixed costs to having these facilities. There are fixed costs such as the operation of the pool. The programs, there is no no such thing as a break-even number on a recreational swim. You could have 5 people in that pool, or you could have 150 people in that pool, and you do not know what you're going to have. It's a drop-in program. And unfortunately, that's the way it is. It's the same thing with the lane swim, but we can look at what the costs were to operate that pool during COVID and when we lowered the pool temperature and things, and provide that information for council to consider. But regardless of who's running the programming, there are operational costs that previous councils have made a decision to have. They've approved those costs when they agreed to build that facility. And I think that we need to keep that in mind. They saw the benefit that it provides to the community. The same way the community saw the benefit in the Blythe District Community Center when they built the arena in the community center down there, the Ball Diamonds, and then accepted land from Threshers for the campground part. There are benefits to it, and there's benefits to the community and to the lives of our constituents that you can't measure by dollars. That's something that we need to consider. I went back and I looked at the Recreation Master Plan and looked at what they're recommending, and I encourage council to do that too. The Recreation Master Plan provides us an outlook and recommendations for the next 10 years as to what we're going to need as a growing community. If we start closing facilities and changing what we're doing too much, whether we're disposing of them or changing how they're operating, it's going to affect our ability to meet those needs. Private business is here to make a dollar. Okay? Our services, we're not to compete with private business. And that same thing. And that's one of the reasons why we're able to look at the other fitness center that's open in town. We don't offer the same type of programs. We don't offer the same types of equipment. It's a very different type of atmosphere. In the last few days, I've looked at the Y scenario down in Goderich, for instance, and things. I've heard that, the Y is great. You know, the Y comes in there, they offer programming, and, you know, it doesn't cost the municipality. I've been doing some research into that. That's not necessarily true. Okay, the losses are paid by the municipality. The municipality has no control over what kind of programming is offered, or if there's free programming offered. Everyone has to pay. Even when you want to take your grandchild out and go skating for an hour on the ice, you have to pay. So, council, I really think you should stand back and look at this. If we were out of COVID and weren't rebounding from COVID, I would probably have a little bit of a different outlook on this. But, you know, we've given different community groups opportunities to get back on their feet in paying us. I think we should do the same thing for our programming. We are rebounding. We're just not quite there yet. But if you will just look at our revenue, at where it was back, say, in 2019, and compare our costs and our revenue and where we were and where we are today, you will see that we're able to get back to that point, and we're moving in that direction. We just need the opportunity to get there.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Deputy Reeve Faulkner?
Thank you, through you, Reeve. The comments about yes, the past councils were the ones that created the structure, but that was pre-amalgamation, and that was the town of Wingham that chose to do that. We're amalgamated now. I'm just always curious as to the only things that you're trying to eliminate to help the budget out is stuff in Blythe. We'll get rid of the campground, get rid of that asset, already made a motion to close the arena for a time. Not mine, though. Don't touch mine. Don't do anything here. Don't do anything other. But I just find the repetition of that beats down on the residents of the ward of Blythe. It always seems to come up the questions. The only ones that you're going to sacrificial lamb, I guess you call it. But as she mentioned, that we built our arena when it was just the town of Blythe. But we're not asking the rest of the ward to pay for our mistakes.
No, we're together. We're in North Huron now, so we're making decisions for the North Huron constituents. So let's remember that for this process that we're trying to do right now. Okay, so does anybody?
So the topic you were on is the pool. And so I would say I'm looking for a motion of what you're looking for. So I've heard requests for follow-up reports. I've heard requests for different days of closures. So I'll throw it out to whoever wants to make a motion.
Somebody, Anita, please?
Well, I'm not sure if I want to make a motion. I just would like to include in the report Vicky is making for the fitness center that it encompasses all the recreational facilities.
You'd want to make it a separate motion because the last one
Okay.
includes stuff about RFPs.
Right.
It's okay. So that was from Councillor.
So, and can you just clarify again what exactly you're?
A cost revenue analysis for recreational facilities in our municipality from the Director of Public Works. No, not Public Works.
I knew what you meant. So in this, I'm just typing fast here, so if this isn't what you're looking for, feel free to let me know. But the Council of Township of North Huron hereby directs for a report to be prepared containing a cost revenue analysis for all recreation programs and facilities. Is that? If it's not, feel free to.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe somebody else wants to add something.
Go ahead, Councillor Palmer.
I'm wondering, to add to you, Anita, like that tells me a lot, but it doesn't help me decide to close it or not. I'd rather know what is the savings closing during these months. And then also the social costs, because of all the people that have paid already, because they expect to go in, they do the Aquafit stuff, they do the other things, then all of a sudden, they aren't allowed to do it. Like, this is a social,
Well, yeah, it's way broader than just
oh, it's
closing.
it's huge, and it's not just money. And I know we want to save money, don't get me wrong, but how do we save money without really hurting and interfering with people's lives? Because that's what we're gonna do. And, yeah. And jeepers, Deputy Reeve, we're not attacking
Okay,
Blythe.
let's go back to this.
Yeah, well, I guess there's two different things there. One is Councilor Palmer's looking for the financial implications of closing between July and August, and then, but Councilor Van Hittersum, you're looking for the cost revenue piece. So I guess you moved that original motion.
But isn't it related, though? It's the cost benefit of closing during those 2 months? Like, that's what we're asking right here.
Would that be in the report then or not, or if we don't add it? Well, we then, okay, add it, please. So we have a number on paper that we can see what the possible cost savings are. Or just not just for the pool, but for the fitness center. and
Everything, yeah.
Everything. The parks, the baseball diamonds.
So you're looking for cost savings specifically related to the pool, though, or?
No.
Okay, so. That one, I don't know if that's gonna, if Vicky has enough direction of what exactly you're looking for. I don't wanna, it's pretty broad right now.
Can I ask a question I think might help narrow this discussion? I'm, just as a background, where'd this suggestion come from? Like when I read this suggestion at first, I thought, okay, is the pool not busy in July and August? Like, why were July and August selected? I'm just curious why it said July and August, why it didn't say any 2 months. Like I assume there's some background discussion amongst staff that kind of happened before the stuff gets put on the agenda, but I don't know if this one was fleshed out too well, because there doesn't seem to be any, I don't understand, there doesn't seem to be any rationale about why this specific request was put before us. If there was, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just curious about why this specific request was put, or this specific suggestion was put before council.
Through you, Reeve, just in terms of, so historically, July and August have tended to be lower usage for the indoor pool, first of all. And that's attributed, though, to, and I think it's already been touched on, in terms of people have other options available to them, beaches,
Or they just might be on vacation.
And that's the other one I was just going to mention, Counselor Wright. So, people, go on vacation for 2 weeks or a week or whatever. So that's in terms of those particular 2 months. But again, going back to Reeve's comment earlier in terms of it doesn't necessarily, I guess the question is council, from a service perspective, is council, when the pool is closed, as we know through COVID, there are savings to the municipality. So we know that. The next question then is in terms of, are we as a municipality open to basically closing the pool again? That's kind of the first question. Your second question then is during what time period? And the time period, again, that was there was simply based on typically July and August. People go on vacation, people go to the beach, people do other things. But again, touching back on Reeve's comment, it could be middle of July or middle of December until March. If that was the time period, it's just in terms of, from the public's perspective, that would constitute a reduction in service. So if you're wanting to do a reduction in service is your first question. Your second question then is, how much of reduction in service? Do you want it to be 1 month, 2 months? You could theoretically 6 months if you wanted.
Yeah, so-
And this is just really a discussion. This was just put forward as a item for discussion, but it's not fixed.
Yeah, so just my comment through you, Reeve. You know, since we have such a big tax increase coming in front of us, I think the question we're asking the director is, can you come up with the best bang for the buck for us? The minimum interruption to service for the maximum savings, right? And I don't think, as a council, we really care if it's in the pool or in the fitness area or in the ballparks or cutting grass or whatever, because I think it behooves us in order to ask the director to do that. And then when we have that, you know, whatever that best proposal is, then we can make the direction to close service or not. But at least then we've got some facts and data in front of us that, you know, either we decide to reduce services or not. This is how much we can save if we do. This is the impact if we do. Or we can dismiss it and not reduce services at all and live with the tax increase, right? So it's kind of vague. It kind of fits with the motion that we have on the floor, I believe. It just may be more specific direction than the motion is.
Could you read the motion there, Clerk Lamb, please?
So I think I know where Councillor Wright is going with this one. And basically that the Council of Township of North Huron hereby directs staff for a staff report regarding potential service level reductions that have the least impact on services, but the most financial savings. All right, so which ones are going to be less impact to the community, but also result in the most savings in that report? Is that kind of what you?
Yeah, I didn't. I meant that almost as a clarification to the motion that was on the floor, but
Maybe so.
Okay, just have a comment from floor, please.
Through you, Your Worship. So a couple things I was just thinking of here. I think there's some clarification that needs to be added in here about some things. When we're talking about, you know, July and August and that usage is down for open swims, or recreational swims. It's not the programming end of things, so just to clarify that portion of it. And then the other thing is that, you know, in hindsight, maybe we shouldn't have submitted a budget that we operate at full capacity again, in the pre-COVID mode, which is what we've done. Maybe what we need to do is take a step back and look at our programming and do it as a more of a phased approach to getting back up to speed. Because that's basically what we were looking at is providing a normal year of programming and services. So maybe that's something we need to look at is, you know, come up with a 3-year plan or 1-year plan or 2, whatever, 5-year plan, whatever council decides, as to how we can build our business back up and our service levels and get more people back into the building, which is what is needed at this point. But we would need that, council will say, you know, if that's over a 3-year time frame or a 5-year time frame. I remember when council made the decision on the non-resident fee, and they asked the director of finance at that time how long it would take us to build our participation levels back up to recoup those members from the public to come back, to attract them back to our facilities. And Donna responded 5 years. It's not been 5 years. So that's one of the things that I'm looking at from this standpoint. I mean, we can also go back and look at some of our capital projects and see if there's some things that we can trim as well to create those savings and things. Or maybe year-end surplus monies can go, you know, Councilor Wright indicated that we were underspent in a number of areas. Maybe that money can go into surplus and towards covering off on some capital costs for other areas and things. I don't believe we've heard what kind of surplus we have at this point for year end, and maybe that can go toward some of these capital projects instead of them being charged directly to the taxpayers and not out of our reserve fund. That's another opportunity there, because I believe we have a lot of funding for capital projects that's affecting this budget as well, and will be charged directly to the taxpayer and not come out of reserves, which is our savings. So I think that's having an impact as well.
Yeah, through you, Reeve, I did actually notice that. It might be something to go back and look at the budget, because I did notice that your revenues were actually not projected to be increased over last year, but your expenses are up, and that's not likely to happen, right? As you say, if you don't get the minimum complement, you cancel the programs. So, yeah, it might be worth scrubbing those numbers a bit. Either the expenses should be lower to match the reduction of programs, or the revenue should be higher to reflect the fact that people participated in them, right? Seems there's probably a bit of a mismatch there right now.
Okay, I'm going to ask Clerk Lamb once more to read this and move her in a second.
We're really slowing down here.
So I'll go back to Councillor Van Hitterson's original motion, which was that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs for a report to be prepared containing a cost revenue analysis for all recreation programs and facilities. So that was the original motion that was moved. I do have the motion to drafted of what Councillor Wright was speaking to, what that report might look like, but currently you have a motion that was moved.
And there's a question.
Yeah, so just that motion, then that would rescind the motion that we made for number 9, for the but if you're gonna relook at whether you close things or not, or what you need, and include all rec in the new study, that would include the Blythe facility as well, would it not?
I think it would, because it would be a cost revenue analysis for all programs and facilities.
So then would that void that motion?
No, because with number 9, so there was a motion there to take no action, and then it was defeated, and then there was no other motion enacted.
I put forward a motion that passed on closing the, from April,
Okay.
trying to do my part.
So I will have to go back and look.
Yes, I recall that as well, Councillor Faulkner, but I think they actually both agree with each other. I don't think one actually has to be rescinded or voided, because I think it's basically doing the same thing. in-
One already says to
in both
close,
cases.
and the other one says to look at closing.
Yeah.
So one's already passed.
I thought we amended that one also to say look at
We did.
closing. Yeah.
Well, that's why I asked if that motion to look at all rec was included, and he said no, so I was just trying to get clarification.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go back through it, so I don't want to lead you astray. So unfortunately, I don't have an answer at this point, but.
Okay.
So we have a mover and a seconder?
So you have a mover as Councillor Van Hitterson, and you're looking for a second.
Seconder? The seconder? Councillor Whitfield? May I see a show of hands?
Could you read it again, please?
So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs for a report to be prepared containing a cost revenue analysis for all recreation programs and facilities.
Your time to think about that, and, okay, now, I'll ask for a show of hands. Those for? Carried. Number 12, direct for discontinuance of free recreation programs and to encourage more sponsored programs. Questions from the floor? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Are items 12 and 13, are they really one thing? It reads like they are basically one
They
one
certainly
thing.
can be.
They can.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, they certainly can be. In terms of the 13, in terms of just the difference is in terms of, so it's, in terms of services, so there's the service, but then in terms of the, who we're providing service to, when you discontinue if you were to discontinue free recreation programs, the intent there is basically along the lines that if somebody can get something for free, they're not going to pay for it. And so you're not going to generate your revenue that you need to operate your facility. So there's kind of that component to it. But then through that, which is leading to the number 2, is, what services you want to provide. Well, you want to provide service to all your residents. There may be residents who can't afford to pay, but you could think or develop in terms of a subsidy program. And I've got some ideas, I guess, as far as different possible pots of money, I guess, that we could explore to offer that. And those pots of money would become revenue into the municipality, right? So I'm no, like, they are tied together, for sure.
Yeah.
And they can be dressed as one, for sure.
So what kind of, maybe just to get more detail on it, what kind of free recreation programs would we potentially be looking at to migrate over a kind of a user pay system?
Go ahead, Vicki.
Through you, your worship. So again, I've gone back after reading these recommendations and quiz staff on what free programs we would be looking at. We do offer a parent and taught skate twice a week at Blythe and twice a week in Wingham, and then it would be public skating. Any public skating that's not sponsored. We do seek sponsors for our public skating program. All of our swims, recreational swims, et cetera, they're all user pay or they have a sponsor. So it's really public skating that we're talking about. And just on that, Your Worship, I haven't had a chance to find or do the research on it, but my understanding was that this was a motion of council from years ago to provide free recreational, free public skating. So we may need to have a motion come forward to make that change. Again, I haven't had a chance to find it yet, though.
Yeah,
But that's my understanding.
That happened many years ago, I do remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other? Go as one.
If that's council's wish, the motion as one would be that the council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs for the discontinuance of free recreation programs and encourages more sponsored programs. And further, that the council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to develop and present a recreation subsidy program for low-income North Huron residents.
Okay, may I have a mover?
One question.
I can move it, but I have a question too. When you were talking about special pots available, is that specifically for low-income families, or would it be for everybody?
The ones I have through you, Reeve, the ones I have in mind are more geared towards the low-income individuals. Potentially could, the one that I have in mind, would have to investigate it in terms of, I'm not even sure whether it's an eligible, there needs to be some investigation into it. If it is a program, I guess, that can be applied in a broader context, then certainly we would do that outside of this. We would just tap into that potential source of funds and, for lack of a better word, receive funds that we would then use to offer free skating, for example.
Yeah.
And that free skating would be offered to all residents.
Yeah.
But if it's a program, so going back to a subsidy program, if it's going back to the directors in terms of parent-taught program, you have a parent-taught program and you hypothetically, it's offered for free. Now you don't offer it for free, you put you're now charging X number of dollars, but you have a family that financially just cannot afford that, and there are families who, in that situation, you don't want to take, if they're below, let's say, this income level or whatever, that, you pull from those funds, you recover that registration or that fee to attend that course from these funds.
So
Right?
how much
So
money
you're-
would save us that? I don't see the money savings there.
No, again, in terms of, the money savings is in terms of, we're not, by offering free, people aren't going to pay. So it's not going to save money, is my thought. It's going to raise, hopefully, revenue. So
Yeah.
our revenue's going to, because if people get something for free, they're not going to pay, right? But you also, at the same time, don't want to disadvantage individuals who can't pay. So if you have something then that they can access to, so they can So that money, so you have a pot of money here, and you have a family, you pull from that pot of money and you put it into your revenue. Right.
Would that program then be open for people who can pay either, or do they still have to pay for that program? Say if you do a combined program for people who can't afford it and people who want to pay, that money out of that pot, can that be used generally for that program? Because there are, like say, there's 10 parent and tots in there that can't afford it and 10 they are. Can you still offer the whole program for 20 people and nobody has to pay then? It comes all out of the pot.
Exactly, and through
Yeah.
you, Reeve, the latter that you mentioned is what the thinking in terms of, because you don't want to
Yeah.
you don't want to run a program for a select group of the population, because
Right.
then people know these individuals in this program, so you don't want to discriminate,
No,
is my point.
no, that's
So
what, that's
you
what,
offer
yeah.
a program, and like you said, you have 10 and 10, you put them all into the same group. So
Right.
it doesn't matter in that respect. But in terms of, these people pay out of pocket, these people receive money, or the money comes into municipality from the low subsidy program, let's say. Right, like, so you get the fees from 20 people, right?
Yeah.
Your revenue, you're collecting revenue from 20 people. Some people, again, are paying, and other people are, the money's coming from a different source.
Okay, just before Vicky had her hand, one comment?
So through your worship, and to answer some of the questions that Councillor Van Hittersum has put forth, we already work with the Huron County for subsidy for low-income families, for participation in our day camp programs, swimming programs, as well as childcare, obviously. In my previous position, we worked with, we didn't work with, but, well, we did work with each of the organizations, actually, like a minor hockey association or figure skating and things, they offer subsidies for their registered programs. And then, in addition to that, there's money from Canadian Tire that can come in too to help support registered programs. But the funding has not been available, to the best of my knowledge, for admissions to something like public skating or parent and taught skating. It's usually for a registered program, and it comes directly to the municipality and then is applied against the receipt or the receivable for that program. Again, we're doing that with Huron County now. But also in my previous position, the municipality would put aside $5,000 a year. When I left, I believe it was $5,000 a year for children's participation in registered recreation programs. There's a scale, it's for low-income families, there's a scale that, based on the level income, as to how much they would receive. There's also a cap on it, that they would receive a maximum of like $500 a year per child. And things, and so that has to be split up and things, and there's a maximum for the family and things like that. And that was, just to give you kind of a scale, an idea or a scale of what that was, is that was a municipality of 23,000 people. So it would be probably considerably lower for us in that situation. So this is actually one of the recommendations in the master plan, is that we look at providing a subsidy program for low-income people. I think one of the things that council's going to have to look at some point is whether that is just for children's programming, which is sometimes the way it is applied, or are we going to apply it to adults and seniors? We've had requests from adults, low-income adults and seniors, for assistance as well. So though when we get to that point, we'd certainly have to look at that and where that funding would come from.
Thank you. And I had Councillor Wright.
Yeah, so just to comment, I guess, I actually like the idea and the spirit behind 12 and 13. I just wonder, from the director's report, it doesn't sound like there's actually that many free programs that will affect. And so I don't know if we want to put the administrative burden of creating a subsidy program, if we're looking at, say, an extra $10,000 in revenue, right? Like it just might not be worth the effort. It might be more worth the effort to try to reach out to try to get more sponsorship or something for these free programs, right? And because that's fairly simple, fairly easy way of maybe trying to recoup costs, right?
So anything else? Okay, do you have
So as of right now, those two, 12 and 13 are combined, but it does not have to be that way. The motion for potential movement would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs for the discontinuance of free recreation programs and encourages more sponsored programs. And further, that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to develop and present a recreation subsidy program for low-income North Huron residents.
Okay, do you have a mover? Seconder? No? No mover? Eyes in the sand. Okay. From the floor, what?
But my idea is just to move on
Move on.
through your Reeve.
Okay,
And if there's not a motion, that's what'll happen.
perfect.
So, yep, so that takes you through those 13 there. So I guess you're at the point where if you wanted to make any other motions for staff to carry out and bring you back information on, now would certainly be the time. And the other thing I will get to when we get to item 7, which is the next meeting of the budget meeting. So we had been aiming for January 27th, but based on some of the motions recommended, I definitely don't see us meeting that timeline. So I think when we get there, we would schedule the next meeting. I would work with the chair to see what that looks like, so.
Yep, thank you. So, okay, sorry, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. So, I kind of led the meeting off with it, but, in my mind, maybe the next logical step is to dig into these, proposed projects in a lot more detail. I mean, I know a little bit about them, but I think maybe I missed the discussion since I wasn't in the last round of council, right? Like, I'm just picking the first project off the list, council chambers, right? I know what we're doing, right? But in just very broad strokes, right? You know, I'm typically used to, you know, getting a business case, what were all the options that were looked at, what were the high-level estimates associated with this option, you know, what's the need, all those stuff, because, you know, I think, so I'm just surmising here, but again, we have to find a lot of money, and these are big dollars. I think we're gonna have to figure out eventually how to pick and choose between these projects. I'm kind of leaping to the end of the story, which I don't mean to do, but I don't think we'll be able to go ahead with them all, so we need enough information in order to potentially choose between them.
Deputy Reeve?
Through you, Reeve. Just for clarity, like, those decisions were made from the past council. And the past council had done all of those things. Looked at several, I think it was 5 or 6 that we asked staff to come back with recommendations on different properties and different ways of doing it. And the past council came to the conclusion of all for the best case scenario, and went forward to it. Now coming into a new council, you're requesting the same information. That information is available on the township website. All of the proposals, all of the information you're asking for is available. So for asking staff to bring it back, I think that would be, wouldn't be prudent to, when you can look at all that online.
Deputy Falconer is correct, and I guess procedurally, if you wanted to reopen that discussion, you would need to pass a motion to reopen that discussion. And that's certainly within council's purview to do, but I guess the information you're looking for is all in those staff reports. And by all means, we can send those staff reports, but like all those stuff in there are all things that have been decided on council previously. So the information is available, and we can by all means give copies of those reports. But as far as discussion-wise, yeah, council would, I guess, have to pass a motion to reconsider their previous direction on some of those capital projects. If that, I don't know if that helps clarify.
It does, and if it's not a big burden to staff to send those reports to me, I would appreciate it. I would definitely go through it. I guess the difference is that when the previous council decided to move ahead with these projects, they didn't understand it was gonna raise our taxes 20%. So automatically, it's gonna, or, I mean, if you did, that maybe, anyways. So some of these things are gonna have to be reconsidered, right? I mean, because the financial impact of the decision at the time wasn't understood, and we understand what it is now, right?
Okay, Councillor Palmer, and then we'll come up the roll there.
Yeah, thanks, Reeve. Yeah, we're looking at these capital spending in new light, so we definitely have to reevaluate. And there is a report about reserves somewhere. Now, I understand there could be some reserves that are sort of, I call them just dead in the water. They're not relevant anymore, or part of an asset that we don't have or something. We should look at them and at least flesh that out, and maybe that would be used somewhere.
Excuse me.
So through you, Reeve, just in terms of, so that is something Director Towns is looking at. And in terms of looking at the reserves and looking at potentially consolidating, getting rid of,
Maybe
redirecting money into,
useful items?
yeah,
Perfect.
yeah. So that's
That
process.
answers your question then?
That's, yeah.
Okay, Councillor McBurney?
Yeah, through you, Reeve. In regards to saying our previous decisions were hardly fair for how much money this budget is, things cost that much more right now. Everything's up for those costs. So it's hardly fair to say it is a factor, yes.
Oh, sorry, through you, I was just trying to say that the combined impact of everything wouldn't have been known, right? Because I'm presuming decisions were made one project at a time, and I assume the correct or the logical decision for each individual project was correct, but now, boom, it's all hitting our 2023 budget, right? So that's what I'm suggesting is new. The other thing I'd like to see, in addition to the discussions and to what Councillor Palmer said, is just a little bit more, there's a lot of transfers of capital reserves, so in addition to that report and to cleaning stuff up, there does need to be clarity, I think, or a bit more clarity on what's going into which reserve budget and what's coming out of which reserve budget, because that's a big part of the piece of this budget, correct? Like, we have an expenditure of 6.3 million, which is simply transferred to capital reserve, so I understand a lot of that is the sale of the land, right, 4.2 million, but then there's another 2.1 from other sources. I know the OPP overpayment is one of them, right, but again, I think we're gonna, in order to get down to like a 6 or 7 or 8% pay increase, we're gonna probably have to look at, tax increase, we're probably gonna have to look at reserves and drawing down on them, so we need that visibility on what the impact is, I think.
Okay, Deputy Reeve, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was just curious, maybe it'd be for Dwayne, the portion of the 2022 taxes for council chambers were in the 2022 budget, were they not?
To you,
They held over.
through you, Reeve, in terms of, so what was in the 2022 budget were the cost for the architect to get it ready, to get a project ready. But the actual construction renovation costs are in the draft 2023.
So that's not underway?
So,
We expected to have been in the building by now,
Yeah.
but we're
no.
not.
So through Reeve, Heifer, in terms of, the architect is basically, we're in the final stages, I would say, of the design. And Chip, in terms of maybe a week or so, we'll have that finalized, and then we will be seeking authorization to proceed to tender. So it's definitely to be completed in 2023. The notion is that, correct? Chip is leading that particular project.
Yeah, we did have a site meeting with the architects, and they brought in all their consultants, electrical, mechanical, last week to the facility so they could take a look at it. And then from there, they also wanted to make sure that there has been hazardous material surveys done within the 2 classrooms. So I have reached out to the owners of the property, and they have sent them over, and I've forwarded them off to the architects, and that is part of it, so that they can prepare the tender, because if there is some sort of abatement that has to be done, that has to be included in that, so they know what their costs are going to be. But it is moving forward, and as the CAO has already indicated, that we've told them that we want to move this as quickly as possible to get to tenders, so that the renovation can be done and hopefully get council into there by fall.
Can I ask a quick question? Has the lease agreement between the town and the hospital been finalized yet? It has? Okay, thank you.
It's for 15 years, 3 sets of 5. So any other questions for Chip before he takes off? Thank you very much for coming up, Chip.
No problem.
So if there's no further motion or direction that council wants to provide staff at this point regarding levels of service.
Excuse me, I do.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I make one?
Well, Chair, you can do whatever you want.
Oh, okay. No, I probably, you'll see that I'll get in hot water over this, but it's been a question I've been asking for a while. I like to, with our population in North Huron, I'd like to look at the feasibility of making use, I reiterated to that when I did my talk, of one arena going full scale and use the other as a facility for whatever, but I mean, just use it as make one and make it work, and then all of our things are going to be at one spot. I'm just wondering if I could have numbers back from that, from the rec. That's my motion I'm putting forward.
So can you maybe just clarify exactly what you're looking for? Directing staff to prepare a follow-up report regarding?
Do we need 2 arenas for North Huron's less than 5,000?
Regarding levels of service related to arenas?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Wouldn't it be prudent to take the one that costs the most? To have the biggest savings, if you're looking for savings?
I just want to see numbers. We've asked for that for a long time, and we haven't really asked for that, so that's why I'm going this route.
So then your motion would be that the council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to prepare a follow-up report regarding levels of service related to arenas.
I move that. Is that a question?
No, I'm just making a comment.
You have a mover, though.
You're talking about removing a traditional recreation facilities, yet keeping non-discretional or discretional ones at a loss open.
Yes, maybe. I guess I'm looking at it in the fact that we have less than 5,000 people and 2 artificial ice surfaces. I don't see any other municipality around that has that.
No, but we also have the weight room. We also have an indoor pool. We also, so if you're going to be taking a discretion or a traditional one at I believe the operating cost for the Blythe Arena was $297,000. 514 for the one in Wango, and for the pool 575,000 and 250,000. So if you're going to look for savings and you take away the cheapest one, and if you want to provide ice services for the community at a fair dollar, you would do the cheapest one. You're not going to buy the biggest truck. You're going to buy the truck that's going to do the job and you can get for the cheapest tender. So
I'm just asking for a report to come back about the the feasibility of having 2 artificial ice surfaces in a populace of less than 5,000.
We know it's not possible. We already know that. It's already,
I want to know if one can do it, and then we can maybe make decisions down the road. I'm just asking for that.
So you have a mover of that motion, and you'd be looking for a seconder.
Seconder for the motion,
Second that.
Mitch? Councillor Wright?
Do you want me to read the motion?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to prepare a follow-up report regarding levels of service related to arenas. So your movers, Reeve Heffer, and your seconders, Councillor Wright.
Okay. All those in favor? Passes.
Through you, Reeve, I'm trying to figure out, I guess, what the best motion is to make with regards to these projects. Because right now, they do get taxation. So you've got transfer from reserve projects, you've got taxation projects. And the taxation projects hit us with $1 million, which is about what we're struggling with. So if the decision has already been made to go forward with this, then is the right way to ask staff to come up with a report of how this could be potentially funded from reserve funds, and the impact of that, or the wisdom of doing that? I'm not sure. Like, it's just, I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way that we can, if we're not gonna reconsider moving ahead with these projects, is a way we can fund these projects, but not out of taxation? And reserve funds is, I think, all we have, so me being new to council, I'm not quite sure how to structure that motion, but I think I've kind of circled around it.
So I guess, yeah, I'll start, maybe I'll use this as almost a training exercise too, for the benefit of all of council, right? So in your procedure bylaw, you have a motion to reconsider process. You can reconsider any matter of council, provided that the action has not already been carried out, and it's something that can be reconsidered, right?
And it's been more than 12 months.
So there's 2 processes. One you can do within 12 months, and one you can do outside of 12 months. It's just the threshold is different for,
If you're the
one's a 2/3 majority of council, one's a simple majority. So that's there for anything, I guess, you guys deal with as council. You have the ability to reconsider at any time. In regard to your motion, if you're not looking to, I guess, put a motion to reconsider a specific project, your motion would be that something along the lines of the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby direct staff to explore or to prepare a report on potential financing options to reduce the impact of the 2023 budget through the use of reserves.
Yes, that's, I think, a good way of putting it. I'd also want to, though, understand, so that's one side of it, right? Yes, I understand reduced taxation, but are we taking reserve levels below best practice amounts? You know, I want to understand
The area.
the impact on the reserves as well, right? And if it's a good idea, basically, right?
Clerk, read that out, and then I'll be looking for a seconder.
So, Councilor Wright, again, feel free to correct me if this isn't what you're looking for, but something along the lines of that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to prepare a report regarding potential financing options to reduce the impact of the 2023 budget through the use of reserves, and further that the staff report provide recommendations as to whether financing through reserves are of benefit.
That's very good, thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer? Raise of hands, those in favor. Carried.
Question, Reeve, do we have a threshold of how low? Like, does anybody know offhand for reserves? We can go.
Is
Director Towns?
Director Towns could come? Counselor Palmer has a question?
Just wondering if we have a threshold for how low we can go with reserves.
Haven't got fully into that part of the reserve funds. I know the previous director of finance was doing some work and had some motions passed. Would need to review that, actually. I don't have it.
Okay.
That's something to get.
Thank you.
So if there's no other if there's any other direction that council wants to provide, again, now would be the time. If not, you would move on to agenda item 6.
Can we have a break first, before the pizza gets cold? or-
Well, so you got a number of people on the live stream and
Oh,
one
okay.
item left, so I'd
All
recommend that you
right.
push through.
Number 6, Public Works 2023.
Deputy Reeve Falconer.
Oh,
I would like to put a motion to see whether it will stand or not, in lieu of the past motion of looking at replacing or removing an arena. I would like to make a motion to direct staff to explore the possibility of a third party providing the recreational services for the Blythe Arena. If we're looking at someone to do the camping and they're looking at closing the arena, why don't we look at someone? Because if we close the arena, you won't have anybody looking after the campground, or you won't have any reason to have the campground. Because if you close the arena, then we lose the thrashers, we lose all of our festivities. So I make the motion to see if someone else wants to run it, if this council is that devious of getting rid of an arena. Please, at least let someone else run it.
So your motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to explore the potential of a third party to provide recreational services at the Blythe Arena and report back to council.
Okay, all right with that, Mr. Faulkner, Deputy
Yeah,
Reeve?
that sounds good.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Counselor Whitfield?
Question.
Yes?
We're not closing the arena. It's open if there's a need. Are we not?
He just made a motion to see what it would be. Never mind. I put my motion, vote for however you want to vote it. I put my motion out there and I've got a seconder, so
Okay,
I'm not gonna argue
okay, it's
about it.
been, we've had a mover and a seconder.
Yes, you're moving.
All those in
Deputy Reeve
favor, let's show of hands. Passes.
Thank you.
You're good.
Okay, now we're going on to number 6, Public Works 2023-01 pre-budget approval request, Wingham Fire Hall Washroom, that the Council of Township of North Huron hereby receives a report of the interim director of Public Works and Facilities dated January 12, 23, regarding the pre-budget approval of the Wingham Fire Hall Washroom renovations for information purposes. And further that, council grants pre-budget approval for the Wingham Fire Hall Washroom renovation project. And further, that council award the tender to John Beldman Construction Limited in the amount of $204,259.17 plus applicable taxes. And further that, council authorized the Director of Finance Treasurer to make the necessary changes to the draft 2023 budget as outlined in the report PW 2023-01. May I have a mover?
Could we have discussion first,
Conversation.
Steve?
No, okay, I was going to put it on the floor first, okay. Go.
I'm just curious, that amount is different than the fire hall washroom line item in the budget, so is this one at a date? Will it be superseded by the one in the amendment or agenda?
Not through,
That's what he's asking for.
through you, your Reeve, I guess, in terms of, and we had touched on that previously, in terms of that, the initial indication or is that we were not going to be eligible. We received a grant, maybe in fairness for council, right? We received a $100,000 grant for this particular project, and in 2022, 16,000 of that grant money was spent on this particular project. There was a balance there of $84,000. the thought was that because of the time period and the completion of this project, that we were not going to be able to tap into that balance of that grant money. But in the last couple days, Director Towns, and actually I believe Clerk Lamb, investigated that, and in fact, we that is available to us. So that has changed the dollar figures from what is in the budget. That's just in the last couple days that's happened, so if that answers the question.
It does. And then is this an accessibility requirement? Is this a municipal? I know most of the council knows this, but I have to vote on this too, so I just need to ask a couple of questions.
Yeah, through your Reeve, in terms of by 2025, we have AODA requirements that we have to meet, and the washroom facilities at the Wingham Fire Hall currently do not meet those requirements, so upgrading and meeting AODA requirements. Just further to that, though, we do have a number of other projects that we do have to get completed to meet AODA requirements, and January is going to come, 2025 is going to come quick. So we basically have 2023 and 2024, and we do have a number of projects, but you know, we do have a number of projects now, and so our focus from a staff's perspective is to get those projects, like the town hall ramp, for example, is another accessibility project that we're working on. So we need to get those sewn up, and then we will be bringing forward, from a staff's perspective, new projects that need to be completed in 2024. But that'll be the 2024 budget process.
Thank you. No more questions? May I have a mover? Councillor Whitfield, seconder. Councillor McBurney, all those in favor? Passes. Carried. Next meeting, the next budget meeting is tentatively scheduled, and it's going to be changed.
If I may, your worship, yeah, so basically, I can't even speculate on when the next budget meeting will be at this date based on kind of some of the direction here that we'll have to carry out. But I will certainly keep council in touch on when we think that will be. And then also there will be public notice that goes out through how all our agendas are provided public notice. So as of right now, the next budget meeting will be to be determined.
Yeah. Okay, that answers number 7. Number 8, confirmatory bylaw, that the bylaw number 01/2023, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, ratify matters dealt with by the Council of the Township of North Huron at the January 12th, 2023 meeting, be introduced, read a first, second, and third and final time, be signed by the Reeve and clerk, be engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover? Councillor Van Hitterson, Councillor Wright seconds. All those in favor? Carried. Adjournment, that the Council of the Township of North Huron agree that there being no further business before the council, the meeting be hereby adjourned at
2:31 p.m.
2:31. I have a mover. Councillor McBurney, Councillor Palmer seconds.